Corey Cormier. Or whisper if we... Especially if you need to go down to production so you don't get heard talking to me. Alrighty, in my place, I'll sit ready to rock. Yep, mic check on whisper here, and then mic check here on the main feed as well. That did push to the Twitch stream, by the way, so good evening, race fans, and welcome to coverage of the DIRTcar Digital Dash live from iRacing's virtual version of the dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord, North Carolina. I am James Pike here to bring you all of the action this evening as we are set to give away over $3,000 in prize money at the end of the night. But before we get to the end of the night, we have to go through all the fun at the beginning. You're going to get 2 full DIRTcar programs this evening and then a 50-lap feature on top of that. So lots of action. We're going to be here high atop the virtual racetrack at Charlotte Motor Speedway. And of course, for more information on how to start your iRacing career, Log on to iRacing.com today. A reminder that memberships are 40% off. As we are currently in qualifying for our first program of evening with a feature that will be brought to you by Magnum Race Design. Let's go through the format of tonight before we get any further into proceedings and make sure that you all know how this will take place. We actually started last week with our first round qualifying, 6 qualifying races with anywhere from 20 to 21 drivers in each feature. And there was a 2-lap qualifying session and 30-lap features, and the top 12 of each of those 6 races advanced into the preliminary round. And then maybe the final round, we'll see, but the preliminary round and the final round are what you're going to see here on the DIRTcar Twitch channel and assorted places across the internet this evening. Tonight, we'll have 2 programs, as we said. So hot laps, qualifying, heats, a last chance qualifier, and a feature presented to you by Magnum Race Design and Swan Speed Shop. The top 12 from each feature in programs 1 and 2 will advance to the 24-car main event, which will have a 2-lap qualifying session and a 50-lap feature for those that advance. And at the end of it, the winner is going home $1,000 richer. So that's how we will get to the end of the evening. That's how we're going to figure out who wins this DIRTcar Digital Dash. And we'll have lots of action and lots of names that, you know, especially if you paid attention to the dirt side of iRacing, a lot of the heavy hitters racing in these big block modifieds. It's a big time event for these cars, which don't get as much love and maybe quite the publicity as some of the other cars on offered by DIRTcar and available to you in the sim, but lots of good action can be found. And I think especially our Northeastern friends who know about the culture up in New York State and how big, and PA as well, but just how big these big block modifieds are there, how much of a cultural phenomenon there. They can tell you that these cars put on as good a show on dirt as any of the vehicles that you will see. So going to be a lot of fun to see these drivers go after it here at the dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway, which, let's take a quick look at the track facts and tell you a little bit more about this racetrack that opened in 2000. It's a 4/10 mile, a 0.64 kilometer circuit with 4 corners, 10 degrees of banking in those corners, and 4 degrees of banking on the straights. The weather, a very balmy and easy 74 degrees Fahrenheit, track temp 65 degrees Fahrenheit, so a little bit cooler, a lot of grip in there. Winds headed to the south at 4 miles an hour currently, humidity of 50%. And the in-sim time, the default day for iRacing, May 15th, 2022, right around 7:30 p.m. local time. That, of course, will change as we advance into the feature and into our main at the end of the night. We will try and keep you abreast of the weather changes and how that may affect the track as they come to us. But we're wrapping up qualifying here. Just about maybe 15 seconds or so left before we can bring you the grid for our first heat race. In these first 2 programs in the preliminary round, all heats will be 10 laps for 10 minutes. Whichever comes first, top 5 will be guaranteed a spot in the feature. And then our consolation, our LCQ, will be 15 minutes or 12 laps, whichever one comes first. Take the winner at minimum to the feature. A 5-minute warm-up before the feature in this preliminary round, or features, plural. We'll have 2 of them. One presented by Magnum Race Design, one presented by Swan Speed Shop. 30 laps, 40 minutes, whichever comes first on those. Let's bring you the grid for this first heat race of the night in our first program of the preliminary round. Got our Swan Shaw on pole. He'll be joined on the outside of the front row by Jordan Casey. Isaac Salas will roll off alongside Tyler Kinsey. They'll start 3rd and 4th. Clay Christopherson and Alex Battarillo will start 5th and 6th. Robert Henderson and Dylan DeWert Jr. make up this 8-car grid for heat number 1 on the evening of the DIRTcar Digital Dash. Top 5 will advance directly into our first preliminary round feature presented by Magnum Race Design. Everybody else is going to be racing for the LCQ. So 5 immediately locking in their spot. 3 going to have to do a little bit more racing as the pace truck pulls off and pace laps begin here at the dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway. One of the crown jewel facilities in the United States when it comes to dirt racing, home, of course, to the World Finals every November, and not a stranger to big money races at a big stage for some of the best in DIRTcar to go after it. Tonight, we've got some of the best in DIRTcar esports to go after it for the biggest slice of a $3,000 plus purse. Lots of fun. Going to be very entertaining to see how it all pans out, as lights should go off the pace track here momentarily, and indeed they do. So, one lap before we go racing for the first time this evening in the DIRTcar Digital Dash. Swanchara and Casey will roll off first and second, and not a huge surprise to see them in the mix. Swanchara was top 5 in his qualifying round feature, and Casey just sneaking through in 9th in his qualifying feature. They'll both look to go a little bit better as Swanchara takes off for green flag racing for the first time here in preliminary round action at the DIRTcar Digital Dash. And Swanchara immediately takes off, jumps ahead of Casey and company as they'll all immediately go find that high side and start working their way towards the cushion. There goes Casey right on the wheel of Swanchara. To the inside he will go, as these two have stretched it out by maybe about a car length or two, coming up from second, and then it's an absolute battle right around the transfer spot. Good stuff between Tyler Kinsey and Clay Christopherson just at the bottom of your screen. Continuing to battle for the race lead. Everybody packed in. Nobody out of this yet. They're all within 1 second of one another. Great racing in this first heat. Top 4 have strung out. Best battle on track now immediately is for the transfer spot between Alex Pantarillo and Clay Christopherson, and even Robert Henderson, who's peeking down to that inside lane, but they'll string out and go single file once again and then spread out again as they hit the corner and continue to work their way around the dirt track at Charlotte. Jordan Casey continuing to peek underneath Swanchara, but I get the sense he may be just holding on for a good spot. You land in second here in this heat, you're going to be starting within top 8 at worst for your feature. And remember, it's top 12 at the feature in this program that will get you into the main at the very end of the night. So you don't necessarily have to force the issue early on, especially if you're racing towards the front. The driver that needs to force the issue, a Clay Christopherson or a Robert Henderson, those two right at the top of your screen on the left-hand side, going after it for the final spot. Maybe he'll contact, though, a little bit further back, and Christopherson gets turned around over in turn number 4. No yellow flag, so that will effectively send him to the LCQ. DeWert and Henderson now trying to run down Pantarillo, but Pantarillo has over a second on Henderson and DeWert. So as long as he doesn't get too crazy with Tyler Kinsey or Isaac Salas, should be in good position to make this main, as Jordan Casey will give up the lead, or rather take the lead from Gunnar Swanchara. Got a nice run on the high line, found the cushion, and leapt right to it on the back straightaway there. So he goes down to the bottom. He will ride, try and see if you can do anything with that inside lane. We've seen most of these drivers hang out up top as they've taken the white flag and wrapped up everything, and now to the line to win this first heat is Jordan Casey, and coming across the line to transfer in 5th, Alex Pantarillo, Gunnar Swanchara, Isaac Salas, and Tyler Kinsey, all off to the main from that first heat. Waiting for the field to grid in heat number 2. And here's your starting lineup for our second heat of the evening. Alex Bergeron, Evan Say, 2 names that just about everybody who's followed the dirt community and iRacing in some capacity knows will start first and second in this heat. Logan Herbert and Logan Gill. It's the Logans in row number 2, followed by the Williams, Stidis, and Evans rolling off 5th and 6th. And then Drew Hopkins and Bryce Saganek rolling off at 7th and 8th. Again, a reminder, it's the top 5 drivers in these heats that will go off to the feature. Lights are going to be off the pace truck this time, so one more pace lap before we get going. Again, these drivers trying to qualify into our first preliminary round feature of the evening, brought to you by Magnum Race Design. Again, 2 programs in full to start the night with 2 different pools of drivers, of which we're going to take the top 12 from Pool 1 and Pool 2 out of the features from prelim round, feature 1 and feature 2, and then we'll line them all up for the main at the end of the night. Alex Bergeron to lead them to the green here at Charlotte. He and Evan Shea will take off and go. We're underway with heat number 2. Good launch for Bergeron, who will go out in front by maybe a car length or so, and immediately he will look for that spot on the top line. Contact a little bit further back in the field. I couldn't tell who that was, but William Stiddish is going to go around and hit the grass on the inside lane as Bergeron continues to lead this group. Then Evan Shea, Logan Herbert's found his way to third. William Evans is fourth, and Logan Gill has the final transfer spot at the moment, just ahead of Bryce Saganic in sixth. So Gill continuing to work his way just off the nose of Saganic as you get a good look at the battle for second between Evan Shea and Logan Herbert. Now to the bottom goes Shea, working his way around, just trying to push and make things happen. And Pushy is really, really tight stuff here, right on the rear bumper of Alex Bergeron. This is for the lead in this heat. These two clear of the field by about maybe 3 or 4 car lengths. So they're starting to separate themselves, and everybody else just a little bit further back, beginning to string back as well. But again, anywhere in the top 5 will do with these heats. If you finish top 5, you're going to the feature no matter what, as they come to 5 laps to go. William Evans clear of Drew Hopkins by maybe a car length, if that. And that's a battle for the transfer spot a little bit further back. You're watching the battle for the lead between Bergeron and Shea as they work down the backstretch here at the dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway. These two clear of Logan Herbert and Logan Gill by about a second now, as Gill is tried to jump to the inside of Logan Herbert and then didn't quite have the run off the corner he needed to make it happen. There's a good look at Logan Herbert's machine, and just behind them, and even more importantly, the transfer battle, which really is starting to heat up because Drew Hopkins is starting to get to the inside of William Evans. They're door to door, and this is for the final spot that will take you directly to the first preliminary round feature. Hopkins tried to pull the slider, but didn't have enough momentum on corner exit. They may bounce off of each other in the middle of the corner, but not quite enough here for Hopkins to clear William Evans and take the spot, so he'll drive it deep into the corner one more time. 2 laps to go in this heat. A great battle for the transfer spot. Meanwhile, Bergeron and Shea still strung together at the front as Hopkins tries to pull the slider, but a nice crossover from Evans to take fifth at the line. White flag here. Which one of these two is going to pull off the move and get that fifth and final transfer spot directly into the feature? Here comes Hopkins to the inside. He'll go to the bottom. Can Evans cross over and get underneath him? No, he cannot. And Drew Hopkins will take the final spot directly into the feature as Bergeron was able to hold off Evans Shea for the heat victory. Logan Gill and Logan Herbert also advancing into the first preliminary round feature. We now move on to our grid for heat number 3, which sees Ryan Miller and Devin Hauer starting on the front row. Caleb Schellenberg will roll off from third, joined in row 2 by Jeff Sharp, who starts fourth. Jeff Kemp begins his campaign tonight from P5 at heat number 3. He's joined on the outside in P6 by Aiden Beerline. Blake Chapman and Anthony Vitale complete your 8-car grid for this third heat of the night. I have a feeling these drivers are starting to get into the rhythm of things. We saw a great battle for the transfer spot in that last heat. We'll see if heat number 3 can maintain the energy and keep us on our toes for the best esports action in dirt car racing, as the lights are off on the pace truck, and we will go green flag racing next time by. All set for action here at the dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Worth noting that we have moved on the clock in sim just a little bit. We're now right up on 8 p.m. local time in sim, so a little little bit darker, a little bit cooler. We'll see that consistently throughout the night. We'll advance time as we go through the program, as they all take off. We're underway at heat number 3. Ryan Miller gets a good jump, but Devin Howard looking to the inside to try and take away the race lead going to 2. Nice run there from Caleb Schellenberg to try and get that top line. He may be able to pinch Howard out if Howard can't complete the move. Schellenberg is going to continue to move up through this group and go get the race lead. Nice work from Schellenberg to jump to P1 there. So Schellenberg and his teammate Devin Howard and the FTM machines working up to first and second, and they'll try and lock out the top 2 spots in this heat. Miller, after starting on pole, back to 3rd, now 4th, as he finds Aiden Beerline rather to the inside. A little bit further back in this group, you've got Miller, you've got Chapman, you've got Kemp. This is all right around the transfer battle, 4th, 5th, and 6th, as they continue to work their way around the dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway. There's your top 5 on screen. You can see right there, and you can see the battle between Miller, Chapman, and Jeff Kemp in that blue and black 51 right there on the bottom of your screen. A little bit of contact between Miller and Chapman just ahead of him, as Schellenberg and Beerline now trying to split the FTM machines and go to 2nd and get around Devin Howard. But all eyes here on not only the battle for 2nd, but the transfer battle for 5th. Remember, top 5 in each of these heats advances directly into the main. So Schellenberg in a good place now, Beerline in a good place now, Howard in a good place now, Miller and Chapman too. Jeff Kemp, though, has work to do and not too much time to do it. 4 laps to go as they cross the stripe here at the dirt track in Charlotte. Kemp continuing to wait for his moment. A lot of patience being displayed there by the driver out of New York State originally. Continuing to wait for the right moment as we're starting to see all sorts of groups come in. The low line, the high line being used by a lot of the drivers, not only in this heat, but in the heats prior as well, as everybody continues their shuffle. 2 laps to go as they cross the stripe, and still Jeff Kemp has not made the move on Blake Chapman or Ryan Miller, all within striking distance there. If he can get the right run, the question is, where is the space going to be? And I'm not necessarily certain that's an easy question to answer, because he's got a car up high, he's got a car up low, doesn't necessarily have a natural spot to go as we hit the white flag lap. 1 lap to go in heat number 3, and it's Miller and Chapman who have been in control of this all night. What can Jeff Kemp do to try and take away a spot and qualify directly for the first preliminary round feature? Nothing in this heat. Blake Chapman, the last one to clear. He finishes 5th. Schellenberg wins the heat. It's Beerline and the company in good shape with Howard, Miller, and Chapman, your drivers advancing directly to the first preliminary round feature. 1 more heat race to go for you all in this first preliminary round program. Dalton DeWart starts on pole for this one, joined on the outside by Loic Bernier, Trace Schock, and Ryan Goffmanis rolling off in 3rd and 4th. Dean Reynolds, Chris Watkins, 5th and 6th on the grid, and then Lane Snook and Brent Robinson, 7th and 8th for this 4th heat in the first preliminary round program. Everybody trying to race for a spot in the feature for preliminary round program number 1, brought to you by Magnum Race Design. Starting to see the track come in as well. I think that was the biggest thing that I took away from heat number 3. We saw relatively constrained racing, didn't necessarily have developed grooves, didn't really have rubber laid down on the surface in heats 1 or 2, but we started to see the outside and the inside come into play in the 3rd heat. Makes me wonder whether or not we're going to see these drivers spread out across the racetrack and across different grooves a little bit more, and if that carries on into the LCQ and the main. Lights are off for the pace truck, so we'll go racing next time by. When does Dalton DeWart go. Biggest question on our minds as he takes off. Everybody shuffles and moves. The big block modifieds go after it here in the DIRTcar Digital Dash at Charlotte preliminary round program number 1. Heat number 3 is where we sit. And look at the crossover from Lloyd Bernier, who got a fantastic run out of turn number 2 to go clear of Dalton Dewart and take over the lead in this heat on the first lap. Meanwhile, Dewart going to have to worry about Ryan Gofmanos, who's down to the inside in that black machine. Might just squeeze this one out here if he can maintain the momentum on the bottom and slide right up in front of Dalton Dewart, who will then look to go right back underneath him and retake that second position as they all try and chase down the Canadian Luc Bernier, who's out in front by maybe half a car length as they go back to 3. Bernier still in control of this right now. It's Lane Snook that's in control of the final transfer spot, just a little bit further back. But Brent Robinson, Chris Watkins, Dean Reynolds all hot on his heels, and Trey Schock not too far away. Here's the battle for the transfer spot that we just talked about. 4th there is Schock in the yellow and white 8 machine. Then it's Lane Snook, then Chris Watkins, then Robinson, who for the moment is clear of Watkins and might just get the spot maybe out of 4 next time by, as we are already halfway through heat number 4. Schock trying to just give himself a little bit of breathing space, but he tapped the fence in the middle of 1 and 2. That certainly won't help his cause, as Lane Snook may well sneak that 4th position away and move Schock back to 5th, who will then cut back down to the bottom to try and take the position away again. Hard racing a little bit further back. I saw Robinson and Watkins get into each other down near the bottom of the racetrack. It's not helping their case to try and chase down Snook or Schock because, again, top 5 in these heats advance into the feature directly. Everybody else is going to the last chance qualifier. Lloyd Bernier, Ryan Gofmanos, and Dalton Dewart all in good shape up front and all clear of Lane Snook by about, call it, a 2.5 seconds. So not too much they need to worry about so far as advancing to the feature. All eyes here on the battle a little bit further back. Hard racing between Watkins and Robinson, and all the while they continue to lose ground to Trey Schock, who is the final transfer spot for the moment there at the top side of the racetrack, just behind Lane Snook and the black machine Schock, and that sort of neon yellow and white machine. They'll ride the fences. We take the white flag in this final heat. Here's the battle for the win. It's Bernier, Gofmanos, and Dewart. And Lloyd Bernier is going to make a little big move there on the outside, though, for Gofmanos to maintain 2nd. And then it was Dewart, Lane Snook, and Trey Schock that indeed get the final transfer spot directly into the feature out of the 4th heat. And so to the last chance qualifier for this first program in the preliminary round, where we go 12 laps instead of 10 or 50 minutes, whichever comes first. And the top 4 drivers in this field will go to the feature. Here's your lineup for this first race and the first last chance showdown of the evening. Dylan Dewart rolls off front pole alongside William Evans. Jeff Kemp and Chris Watkins complete that 2nd row. Robert Henderson and Bryce Shiganek rolling off from 5th and 6th. 7th of the grid is Anthony Vitale. Brent Robinson will begin this last chance qualifier from 8th. Clay Christopherson starts in 9th. William Stiddish will roll off from P10. Jeff Sharp begins from 11th. And Dean Reynolds, the 12th and final car of this last chance qualifier. Again, the magic number has now shuffled from 5 to 4. Top 4 finishers in this LCQ will advance into the prelim round program 1 feature, brought to you by our friends at Magnum Race Design. If you are curious, we are now on 8:15 in sim local time. Temperatures have not changed that much, though. Air temp 74 degrees Fahrenheit, track temp 64 degrees Fahrenheit. So plenty of time to make this happen for these drivers. And conditions not all that different compared to the heats that they ran in. Lights are off on the pace truck. We should be going green next time by. And Dylan Dewart, top man in this LCQ on the grid. Can he translate it into a spot in the feature? Remember, top four are the only ones that will advance. Everyone else, their road to the $1,000 prize, the winner of the DIRTcar Digital Dash, ends here in this race. Green flag for the dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway. DeWart jumps ahead of William Evans by maybe a car length or so. Battle right around the transfer spot. Anthony Vitale, Bryce Organic, Chris Watkins, everybody 2 and 3 wide, and they've not settled out just yet, so we'll give them maybe a lap or two to figure out who really does want fourth outright, who really does want control of all this, and who wants to try and go chase down Jeff Kemp, who's managed to get to the inside of Dylan DeWart and complete the pass and go take away a lead in this LCQ. Now with 10 laps to go, everybody down on the inside of the racetrack. I think that's the most we've seen drivers down on the bottom right by those tires that we've seen in any of our program tonight. Good shot there of everybody fanning out through turn 1 at Charlotte Motor Speedway. It's Chris Watkins up against the fence, currently in 6th, but trying to take away P5 from Seganek, as William Evans has the final transfer spot at the moment. He's there in that white machine with the black body there on the panels. You see the 711 just up ahead of this group, but he is the driver that everyone else is chasing in this pack on the back side of your screen off to the right-hand side, because he is the last one as it stands who would make it into the feature. Everybody else, if you don't finish within the top 4 tonight, your road to the $1,000 at the end of the DIRTcar Digital Dash ends here. Jeff Kemp and Dylan DeWart having a pretty good battle there, too. I don't want to completely lose track of the lead, but they're also tucked in, starting to, I think, click off laps at this stage, just making sure that they don't end up in an awkward position, making sure that they do the important thing, which is get to the feature. That's the key. You want to be top 12 in the feature at the end of all of this so that you've got a shot at the $1,000. Nothing else really matters. People might remember who won the last chance qualifier, but they're going to remember who wins the main later at the end of the night better. So, not too much to work for at this stage. Up at the front, it's all about the battle at the end. All about this group back here. Here's Chris Watkins trying to fling it high and try and get around Clay Christopherson. He does, at least for the moment. But again, it's William Evans. They're still chasing. Seganek trying to get to the rear bumper, but he still has about maybe 2 car lengths to work with before he can get there, as Evans has the final transfer spot at the moment. And that has held serve pretty cleanly and neatly throughout this race. Now with a lap and a half to go, so Seganek's going to have to try something pretty wild here, and same for William Stidis if they want to continue their campaign to the DIRTcar Digital Dash. White flag here in this LCQ in preliminary round program number 1. And can they pull off some sort of big send-off? Seganek tried it just about, but he didn't have enough. And it'll be William Evans who takes that final transfer spot as they wreck behind him at the line. But it's Jeff Kemp who wins the LCQ, followed by Dylan DeWart, Anthony Vitale, and William Evans, the final driver who makes it into the feature. Drivers taking the opportunity to come off of pit road and warm up one more time before we get set for the feature in preliminary round program number 1, the first of 2 this evening. So if you liked what you've seen so far, you're going to get it all over again. Maybe give or take 20-ish minutes or so. Maybe a little bit less. We'll see how it goes. But lots of drivers here ready to go, ready to make things happen, and having a little fun with it too. Yes, it's a chance to tweak, tune, test, get a final feel for the racetrack in this state before we go green flag racing. And a reminder that if you want more information on how to start your iRacing career, you can log on to iRacing.com today. And a reminder that new memberships happen to be 40% off. Also of note, since we are dirt car racing, there are a few extra promo codes that we can give your way. If you use the promo code PR-Outlaws12, you can get 50% off of a 1-year membership. And if you use the code PR-Outlaws3, and that's numbers 12 and 3, not the word 12 and 3, just to be fair, you'll get 50% off a 3-month membership if you log on to iRacing.com and join the over 200,000 driver strong community that I know is looking forward to June, because we're going to get some new content. And going to get some new dirt racing content as well. I know there were lots of people that were very excited here to see that happen, but I know that there may or may not have been a laser scan shot shared of a certain famous dirt track that everybody is really, really excited. Some speed palace that, you know, may or may not be famous, but yes, Port Royal is coming to iRacing in the near future, and I know everybody in the dirt car community is going to be really, really excited. As a staple of dirt car racing, of World of Outlaws racing, and late model racing, just a fantastic dirt track that I think everybody on the dirt side of the community is going to be really excited to have on the service. About a minute and a half left in warm-ups here for this first preliminary round feature race. Again, the end of the first program of 2 in this round. It's top 12 from this feature race that you will see again at the end of the night in the 50 lap feature, where we are going to give away $3,000 plus in prize money to the entire field and $1,000 to the winner of this Dirt Car Digital Dash. James Plank here. Glad that you joined us on Dirt Vision, whether or not you're watching on the Dirt Car Esports Twitch channel, whether or not you're watching on the iRacing Twitch channel, whether or not you're watching on any of the Dirt Car platforms across Facebook, Twitter, what have you, anywhere you like. We're glad that you're with us as you joined us for some great big block modified action from the dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Good shot here as well, the complex at Charlotte, which is true to form. Having been to these facilities myself plenty of time, you see a lot of activity across this whole facility, whether or not it's the dirt track or Z-Max Dragway or the Speedway proper on the shots there. But lots of space to spread out here, lots of capacity, lots of room to host some of the biggest and baddest events in all of racing. And at the dirt track, that means in real life the World Finals, but tonight the Dirt Car Digital Dash, as we are ready to grid for the first feature of the night. Let's take a look at your starting grid for feature number 1 in preliminary round program. Working our way through the groups here. That's the back half of our grid. We'll give you the front half in just a few moments. It's Jordan Casey that I can tell you is on pole position for this qualifier ahead of Alex Bergeron, as we see everybody in the top 16 on your screen now. Caleb Schellenberg and Loic Bernier rolling off from 3rd and 4th. Gunnar Swan-Cha and Evan Say in 5th and 6th of the grid. 7th is where you'll find Aiden Beerline. Ryan Goffmanis starting in 8th. Isaac Salas in 9th and Logan Gill in 10th. Devin Hauer and Dalton DeWert roll off from 11th and 12th. Tyler Kinsey, Logan Herbert, 13th and 14th. Ryan Miller and Lane Snook, 15th and 16th on this grid. In 17th on the grid is Alex Bartario. Drew Hopkins rolls off from 18th. 19th on the grid is Blake Chapman. Trey Schock is 20th. Jeff Kemp, Dylan DeWert Jr., Anthony Vitale, and William Evans completely 24-car grid for this first feature, from which the top 12 will advance. And this first preliminary round feature of the night is brought to you by Magnum Race Design, a graphics design service specializing in iRacing wraps, hero cards, logos, flyers, and more. If you want attention to detail, competitive pricing, and fast turnaround times, go check out Magnum Race Design on Facebook, where you can contact them directly through Messenger. Not long now before we go racing in the feature from the dirt track at Charlotte again. Top 12 is the number that you need to pay attention to as the pace car pulls off. We get set for 30 laps of action with the big block modifieds in this feature. 12 miles, 19.2 kilometers. Doesn't sound like a lot, but there's a lot of action that you can pack into the dirt track in Charlotte as we are underway and off. And it is Jordan Casey who jumps to the lead as they fan out to the inside, to the outside, and begin to settle into position and start to go to battle with one another. They are 3 wide for the moment for the race lead, and 3 wide a little bit further back, 2 for about 5th or 6th. Now fanning back down to 2 wide. Pretty solid grid amongst this group. Better question is whether or not you want to be right on that inside line or right up on the cushion of the high line, just at the edge of the dirt. Don't know if we quite have an answer just yet, but solid movement throughout the top 10. A few drivers now starting to work their way up from the bottom to the high lane as they continue to fan out across the dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Devin Howard is in control of the final transfer spot at the moment. Ryan Miller is the first driver on the outside looking in. Then Logan Herbert, Alex Butterio, Tyler Kinsey, Trey Schock, Jeff Kemp, all in that mix to try and find their way into the main at the end of the night. 50 laps for a $3,000 purse total. Jordan Casey continues to control this first feature, the Group 1 feature for the DIRTcar Digital Dash, brought to you by our friends at Magnum Race Design. Big moves there all around the racetrack. Good shot of Blake Benier's car, who's trying to just get to the outside. Oh, nearly got pinched off in between Alex Bergeron, Caleb Schellenberg, Evan Say, and company. So lots of hard racing up there. But again, same sort of principle that we talked about on the heats and the LCQs. Starting position may matter, but not really, because you're going to have to set that in the time trials before the feature. So it really is just about top 12. It doesn't really matter where you finish here. If you're top 12, you're top 12 as there's contact just a little bit further back. I saw Jeff Kemp get turned, and I think Lane Snook and Trey Schock also in trouble, and that could be the end of their chances, and we'll get a yellow flag for the first time this evening off of that incident, which started over in turn number 2. I saw Kemp go around ever so slightly. There was a lot of contact with a lot of drivers, and let's see if we can loop you through what happened, but it looks like there was contact originally between Trey Schock and Logan Herbert. I think that's what started this over in turn number 2, and we'll see if we can get a replay for you all momentarily. There's the contact. You see it there. Everybody in trouble. And yeah, just lots of contact and a lot of chain effects, chain reactions here. As we saw, I think before all this, just before the replay came in, Logan Herbert tried to pull a slider up on Alex Brontorillo and just did not have enough room to clear himself. So there was initial contact there. Then he bounces off into Schock. And then Jeff Kemp has nowhere to go. And they start stacking up on the back end. And then it gets really nutty. So drivers with work to do at the end of this, but you're not complaining if you're Isaac Salas, who's got the 12th and final transfer spot for the moment. $11 laps on the board here, 30 laps that we're working, so we'll go to 12 when they cross the stripe as the pace car's going to get set to make moves here. It'll be Bergeron and Casey who take off once again. Casey with a good jump, and he'll get clear. Bernier trying to go to second and get ahead of Bergeron with a slider up top. Nice work from Blake Bernier to take over second. Bergeron back to third. The two Canadians fighting for position. Schellenberg there in the mix too, as they might go four wide for a split second here in the DIRTcar Digital Dash. Coming out of fourth. They continue to battle in the middle of this pack. The battle for fifth and sixth and seventh and eighth almost more intense than the battle for the transfer spot, which currently belongs to Devin Howard, who's up on the outside lane. Big moves there from Bernier, who wants to go after the win in this preliminary round feature, giving Jordan Casey all he can handle and then some as Bergeron looks down to the inside. Everybody bouncing off the fence, trying to find any sort of real estate. They are packed in very tightly here around the dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Not a lot of breathing space for any of these drivers to make any sorts of moves. And now the teammates there in the middle of this having a little bit of fun. Caleb Schellenberg, Gunnarsson Shaw, Dalton Dewart, 6th, 7th, and 8th, all would be through to the feature. They're trying to help out their man, Devin Howard, who is just on the edge of this looking in, trying to make sure that they get all four of the FTM cars in this race set for the feature. And my goodness, it is a battle and a half right at the edge of the transfer spots. Everybody all over the place. Tyler Kinsey is the one who has it now. He might keep his teammate out of proceedings at this rate because Howard's got his hands full with Drew Hopkins, and now here comes Ryan Miller to the bottom of the racetrack to try and take a position. Contact there briefly between Kinsey and Hopkins, so Hopkins will slide back. Kinsey will roll the cushion and try and get a good run. Slider there, I think, as they try and work on things. Logan Gill just ahead of this group. Miller tried to get in position to get a spot, but didn't quite have enough. Meanwhile, all laps to go in this feature. Trouble though, Ryan Miller around on the front straightaway. Will that bring out the yellow flag? Not at the moment, so Miller goes around. That might be the end of his campaign in this DIRTcar Digital Dash, but it's Lloyd Bernier who's in control of this over Casey Evans-Say, and now the yellow flag will come out. Finally, we get a caution flag again. I'm not totally certain if this was related to the Ryan Miller incident or not, but there you see Miller's car pulled off on the pit road in the middle of the racetrack. So here's the contact there. That's Ryan Miller who got into trouble and going around on the front straightaway. A little bit of contact there, I believe. Answer to that question is Lane Snook, as I thought it might be, but I wanted to confirm. So Snook gets into Miller. Miller is done. Snook is done. Both of them out of their cars and likely going to be out of the DIRTcar Digital Dash here in feature number 1 of the preliminary round, to get a whole second program, a whole second group going right after it after this. So if you've had fun watching the DIRTcar Digital Dash, don't go anywhere. We will have plenty more action for you after this race is done as well. But it's Loic Bernier who will be in control of this. 22 laps on the board, 30 that we need to run. So 8 left for these drivers to try and figure out which 12 are going to make it into the main at the end of the night. Big move there from Bernier. Takes off. We will go once again to the DIRTcar Digital Dash. He jumps, and that was a good restart from Bernier, who has impressively driven from 4th to 1st in this race and might have one of the fastest cars in the whole of this field. He's clear of Evans-Say by about maybe a car length and a half just off the restart. And meanwhile, it's Tyler Kinsey and Drew Hopkins who are fighting for the final transfer spot at the moment, as Kinsey has it. Hopkins wants it. Big incident a little bit further back of this group. That will indeed bring out the yellow flag. I wasn't sure just how much we were going to let that slide, but a big, big wreck right on the front straightaway as Alex Bonarino goes rolling on his lid after contact, I believe, with Logan Herbert, who may or may not have gotten some help from Devin Howard. We'll look at the replay and show you what happened. This all started coming out of turn 4, and there was a bit of a log jam on the fence that may have really been the instigator of all this. Blake Chapman and Devin Howard make contact here. You see the stack up and then the flip from Bonarino down the front straightaway, right past the flag stand. But thankfully, nobody traveling too fast, nobody in too much pain, and car certainly hurt, but it's not undrivable. These big block modifieds certainly can take a beating if need be, and definitely are designed to withstand a few hits like that in the event that you race a little bit hard and end up in a little bit of trouble. Lap 27 on the board now for Loic Bernier and company. So, not too much time for these drivers to try and work their way for a spot amongst the top 12. But the battle we'll want to watch here, it's Tyler Kinsey and Drew Hopkins. These two fighting hard and have been fighting hard the whole race, right around the transfer spot, just about the whole way. I have a feeling we may see some fireworks because there's not been a lot of room in the corners here at the dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway. They're going to have to figure out something within this stretch as the pace car will come off and we will go green flag racing with 2 laps to go when Loic Bernier leads them back to the stripe. Bernier and Say, Goffmana, Bergeron, Casey, your top 5. Bernier back on the loud pedal. Back to green flag racing we go in this first preliminary round feature presented by Magnum Race Design. Bernier got a decent start, but Say was able to stick with them. The top 3 there right up along the fence. Meanwhile, Kinsey's fallen back behind Drew Hopkins for the final transfer spot. Here comes the crossover from Bernier to try and make it happen as we take the white flag. Final lap of this first feature as Bernier works the high line. Here comes Say down to the inside. Big battle a little bit further back between Hopkins and Kinsey to try and get the final transfer spot as Bernier's going to try and pull the crossover. Is he going to get to the line in time? No, he will not. It's Evan Shang who wins the first feature of the preliminary round, and Drew Hopkins was able to beat Tyler Kinsey out for the final spot in the main at the end of the night, right at the line. They were side by side, just as I figured they might be, but it just wasn't enough of a run on the bottom for Tyler Kinsey to get to Drew Hopkins, and it is Hopkins that will be the last man advancing into the main, where everybody will time trial and qualify again. So you get a bit of a breather at this point. If you've made it this far, you are racing for $1,000 and or part of a $3,000 purse. Here's the battle at the end between Bernier and Evan Shea. Great fight between these two, and Goffmanas, who was in the mix as well, just at the end. And Bernier tried to pull the switch and get underneath Shea, but just didn't quite have enough. Meanwhile, here is the battle for the transfer spot. That's Drew Hopkins that you see on your screen, and he just went high and made sure to roll the momentum up on the top side to clear that white and black and red machine of Tyler Kinsey that you saw just briefly down to the bottom. But that was the battle for the transfer spot. Drew Hopkins makes it into the main. We'll take a look here in just a moment at the top 12 and let you know which drivers are advancing into the main. We know Evan Shea and Loic Bernier are going to be there. Ryan Goffmanas finished in the 3rd position. 4th was Alex Bergeron. Caleb Schellenberg finished in the 5th position. 6th went to Jordan Casey. Gunnar Swanchara finished in 7th. 8th went to Dalton DeWert. Aiden Beerline, Isaac Salas, Logan Gill, and Drew Hopkins. Your 12 that will advance into the feature. Tyler Kinsey was 13th. William Evans finished in the 14th position. 15th was Jeff Kemp. Anthony Vitale was 16th. 17th went to Blake Chapman. Dylan DeWert finished in 18th. 19th went to Trace Shack. Logan Herbert was 20th. Alex Butterreal, after flipping down the front straightaway, was 21st. 22nd went to Devin Howard, Ryan Miller, and Lane Snook completed the 24 car field for our first preliminary round feature. So there is your full field rundown and the finishing order of the first preliminary round feature. But again, a whole new set of drivers, a whole new group, a whole new program coming your way on the other side of this commercial break. We've got more action here for the Dirt Car Digital Dash featuring the big black modifieds at the virtual dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway in just a few moments. Stick with us here on Dirt Vision. We'll be right back in just a moment.
The greatest shows on dirt have the best fan gear in motorsports. Show your support for World of Outlaws sprints and late models. Go to worldofoutlaws.com and make your way to the Buy Now section in the upper right corner. You'll find hats, shirts, hoodies, and other great souvenirs for all fans. Spend $50 or more to get free shipping. Shop anytime at worldofoutlaws.com. Every week, Dirt Vision brings you the best racing coverage from America's top tracks. You get high-speed thrills at the Big Half Miles at Williams Grove, where the Pennsylvania Posse roams, and Knoxville Raceway, the sprint car capital of the world. There's also wheel-to-wheel action at Attica Raceway Park, Jacksonville Speedway's quarter-mile bull ring, and the tight turns at Huset's. Sprint cars are the main event, but there's plenty of other grassroots racing to satisfy every fan. See local drivers working to become the stars of tomorrow. Williams Grove, Knoxville, Attica, Jacksonville, Huset's. Also, Millbridge Speedway, the country's premier outlaw kart track, which completes the circle of speed and driver development. And new in 2022, Florida's Volusia Speedway Park, where drivers grab gators at the DIRTcar Nationals. Plus Minnesota's Jackson Motorplex, home of the Jackson Nationals. These tracks make up the weekly racing family, all season long on Dirt Vision. Dirt Vision is home to all the greatest shows on dirt. World of Outlaw sprints, late models, and Super Dirt Car Series. You also get DIRTcar Summer Nationals and weekly shows from America's top tracks. Dirt Vision has the best all-around live coverage with flexible options for casual and hardcore fans. No commitments, cancel anytime, apps for most devices. Get your Fast Pass now at dirtvision.com.
Welcome back to Dirt Vision's coverage, the DIRTcar Digital Dash here from iRacing's version of the Dirt Track at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Again, for more information on how to start your iRacing career, you can log on to iRacing.com today and use the promo code PR-Outlaws12 for 50% off of a one-year membership and PR-Outlaws3 for 50% off of a 3-month membership. In the meantime, though, let's talk to our winner of the first feature of the evening, one of the 24 that will be competing for part of that $3,000 purse coming up a little bit later. Evan C. And Evan, just take us through the battle, especially with Loic, because you two back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. It was entertaining to watch from our perspective. So what was that like from behind the wheel?
Yeah, man, that was some very tight racing there for, basically a top six was, pretty tight in those first 20 laps. And I was kind of just boxed in those first laps, waiting to, get some laps in the field and spread out so I can make some moves and, just kind of slowly worked the way up into third. And, after that, I think we managed to get back into second on one of those restarts. And, I think that last restart may have been like 3 laps or something, but I knew if I could just stay flowic and, I'd have a shot going into 3. 3 and 4 is a whole lot wider than 1 and 2, and you can kind of just send it on the bottom and, basically clear a slider pretty easily. But I didn't know if I'd be able to hold them off coming out of 4, but we had some pretty good traction out of 4 on the top, and once we had the preferred line and the 1 on that top, and it was pretty much a done deal.
Can you tell us a little bit of what you learned? Obviously, don't want to know all your secrets, but I imagine you picked up a few things, especially from the feature in prelim round group 1 that should apply to the main at the end of the night. What sort of stood out to you the most that you might not have necessarily expected coming into the feature?
Middle and bottom was kind of, a whole lot faster than I thought it was going to be. You can kind of run it in the feature and 1 and 2 and be all right. It kind of took a while for the top to come in, which I thought would be pretty fast in the beginning, but it seemed like the middle was kind of the preferred groove to be at in the beginning of the race. But that top always seems to come in once it slicks off. So you never know. The track kind of slicks off different, kind of depending on the weather and stuff. And sometimes the top can be fast in the beginning and stay fast, and sometimes it can go away. So, but we was definitely able to move around a lot on that track and, make passes when we needed to. So, it was definitely nice to see.
I figured, obviously don't want to try and look back in your rearview mirror too much during some of these races, but from what you could tell, are you worried about track position, especially if qualifying doesn't necessarily go your way? Does it place a little bit more importance on putting together good run and time trials just because it was so tough to move from the back?
Yeah, these big blocks, they race so close together that it's kind of hard to come from the back to the front in them and it's pretty easy to follow people in these. I feel like the late model is a little bit more difficult because you have to have them bent. And, these cards, you can kind of drive them straighter, so you can follow somebody a lot easier. So, but track position is definitely still key in these big races, like, especially on a track like this when it slicks off. It just makes it that much harder to pass. When you got guys in front of you, nose to tail, and you kind of just have to wait on one of them guys to make a move before you can do anything. And definitely starting kind of that front row or, even second rows. Where I'd rather be at because, you never know mid-pack or in the back if a wreck could happen going into 1. And it's real easy to get caught up in something like that. But, main key is definitely try and qualify pole and, if not pole, at least outside pole or one of those first rows.
And you're not terribly far away in South Carolina from this location in real life. So your experience here, both in sim and real life, has that paid off? Do you feel like you've got a little bit of an advantage compared to everybody else because this is a track that is close enough to home?
Well, I've actually raced a kart on this track before, back in 2020 when they had the karts there. So I don't know how much that pays off compared to running the big block when I racing, but I mean, I've definitely been in this track a lot, over the years and watched a lot of races on it. So, I mean, I guess that kind of pays off, looking at how the real guys drive this track in real life compared to the sim. I mean, and it's definitely nice to see what they're doing and try it on the sim and find better ways to get around the track for sure.
Finally, can you put into words what it would mean to potentially win this DIRTcar Digital Dash and come away $3,000 richer at the end of the night?
Oh yeah, I mean that would be awesome. I mean, I just got done running Spring Fling last night, which was one of the highest paid in dirt races on iRacing, and came really second in that. So to come out here and run for this kind of money again, back to back nights would definitely be awesome, and to win it would, I don't think nobody would be able to win that much money on iRacing, back to back nights. So it'd definitely be pretty special, and I always love running these dirt car events, and the payout's always nice.
Evan C., winner of your first feature in the first group in prelim round action. We will see him in the main a little bit later on this evening. Evan, congratulations on the victory. Thanks for the time, and best of luck in the main later tonight.
Yep, thank you.
We turn our attention from the driver to a big-time man from the Super DIRTcar series. We've got Dean Reynolds, who joins us now in the booth. And Dean, welcome to the DIRTcar Digital Dash.
What's going on, Jim? I just wish I had a little bit more success in my my first run, but I was just happy to advance to today. That was actually the goal, so we had fun.
How fun has this event been from all aspects? You've driven in it, you've watched it, you've seen it play out over the past week or so. What's it been like from all the perspectives that you've been able to approach it from, and how has it touched you?
Well, being the race director of the Super DIRTcar series, I got a lot of love for the big blocks. And then when Jordan approached all of us down at World Racing Group about doing a big event a couple months ago, our heads started churning, and we put it together. 140 competitors, $3,600. Purse, 1,000 to win. We got some good sponsors that came in. It's just fun to be part of. I'm real busy with the real job all the time, but this gives me a break and just has a little fun with the guys.
And especially with the big blocks, all the time we see events with the midgets, we see events with the sprint cars, we see events with the late models. The big blocks don't necessarily get as many days in the sun, but as we touched on a little bit earlier in the broadcast, that doesn't mean that they don't have the ability to put on a good show of their own. So to have this particular car featured in this sort of way, what do you think that means for the car and especially for the big block modified community?
Well, what's unique about it is it introduces the big block to people outside of the nucleus of the Northeast and Canada. I'm part of that Full Throttle Motorsports team where you saw all of those white cars out there. And we got guys on our team from the Midwest and actually far west. And now what they say is they can't wait to come to the Northeast to see these big blocks in person. And, we'll try to get them to Super Dirt Week, hopefully, so they can spend a whole week. And that's what's really cool about it. It gets people introduced to them, and then hopefully maybe they'll go to Charlotte when we're down there, or maybe to Volusia in Florida when we're down there. Or if they do want to come, they come to Super Dirt Week in New York.
Super Dirt Week esports event, maybe? Wink, wink, wink. Something like that in the future?
Well, I know it's been talked about, but the logistics of putting on a big event's tough because, like with Jordan's the main guy here, and yet, he's all over the country traveling, and I don't even know where he is now doing the adminning of this. But it's tough to do it with all our jobs, and our jobs are 12 months long too. We don't have an off season, so. But I know it's been talked about. I'd love to see it, and I'm not going to stop and see if I can get it.
And also, since we're on the subject of dirt sim racing, let's talk about it a little bit. Port Royal coming to iRacing in the near future. What's your take on that? How excited are you to see the Speed Palace join the roster of dirt tracks on the service?
Well, now that I race a little bit in iRacing, I'm looking forward to it because if they do a good job, which they always do, when they seem to scan a track, they seem to nail it down. But if they get Port Royal the way it is, be multi-groove and a fast track, because I like big tracks, I don't like the small ones because I don't have patience, but that's me. So, but that's exciting. And I guess there's going to be some other tracks they're looking at. And, and I'm just hoping they actually scan Oswego, asphalt, and dirt. I'm going to be selfish because that's where Super Dirt Week is, but I hope they have plans to do that.
I figured I was waiting for the Oswego reference to come in, but yeah, I think if we're really going to go nuts with it, you get dirt, you get asphalt, and then you make sure you've got a bunch of the super dirt week cars and then the super modifieds too, because I feel like you couldn't bring in a place like Oswego and not have the super modifieds so you could run an international classic or something like that. Now, could you?
Well, that would be interesting. You know, the super modifieds are iconic. I don't know how popular they are across the country because they don't really run them out west anymore. But boy, they are a car. But oh yeah, I keep on saying. I mean, we got Lanier and USA that are actually asphalt tracks, and they put dirt on it here in the sim. But Oswego really is, I think, the only one in the country now that runs asphalt and dirt during the season.
Yeah, the during the season piece and to do it consistently the way they do, and it was interesting because like I think of the story of the way things panned out with the fairgrounds and how Oswego I don't think necessarily had Super Dirt Week on their radar, and now with the way things have panned out over the last few years, it's sort of taken a life of its own and become an adopted home and really made Super Dirt Week its own thing.
Yeah, not being now that I'm behind the scenes of it too, but before I got the job with Super DIRTcar Series, I always said that is the perfect place. It's the only one big enough to hold 300 competitors and 1,000 campers and 12,000 people. That's the key because you do need that. But you know what? You only go there once a year, so no one has an advantage. Anyone comes on in from anywheres, and they're going to a track that no one's been on, and way to lay the clay down, it's never the same every year. You try to do it as best as you can, but there's still going to be a little tidbits here and there. They're going to be a little different. So, really, I think it's the perfect place to do it.
And how fun has it been to sort of mix and match, and especially now that you're driving more in the sim, has that sort of rounded out your understanding of the real life thing? And has real life helped with the sim? What sort of synergy have you found exists between iRacing and the real life action that you see with the Super Dirt cars?
Well, and actually, I have driven a sprint car twice, a street stock a couple times, and some go karts. So I did get a little experience, but running in the sim and talking to real drivers that also race in the sim, guys like Anthony Perego and Jack Lehner and Demetrius Drelos and Chris Heil, who run the Super DIRTcar Series and also run the sim, when they tell you it's really close to what it is in real life, that's kind of cool. So it kind of gives you a good perspective. And, so now while I'm behind it, I realize that I won't be as good as they are, but you know what? It's a lot less expensive to try it this way. And at my age and the way I am, this is what I'm going to have, and I'll have some fun.
Although I think there's some value in that because, I think most of us recognize, and, from my position as an announcer, I'll openly cop to it just the same. I'm very aware that I'm not going to be the fastest person if I fire up a big block here in Charlotte, or if I fire up a sprint car at Knoxville, or if I, go to Leonardville and take the late model or something like that. But I think that just the opportunity to drive and the sophistication of the sim helps you really understand what these drivers are going through behind the wheel in a way that I don't think would be possible otherwise. And I don't think would be possible if the sim was not so robust. So, do we feel like the drivers are starting to click with it in the same way? And we think they're starting to get their feet wet, chops wet. And we think that maybe we're starting to breed in a new set of dirt drivers through the sim and see if we can get some folks into dirt car racing that way too.
Oh, absolutely. There's I've gotten to know drivers and especially younger generations of teenagers that have started in the sim before they raced in real life. And you're actually going to see one in the next race, and he's going to be one of the top guys there, Bryce Bailey. He was an iRacer, and then he actually got a four-cylinder and actually won his first time ever in a four-cylinder on asphalt. Now he's got a DIRTcar Sportsman, and I think his third time out, he won in the DIRTcar Sportsman. So it kind of shows that, he got his tools from the sim. Now he's in real life, and he's very successful. Matter of fact, he finished fifth last Saturday night at Thunder Mountain Speedway, one of our DIRTcar sanctioned tracks, and he just honed his skills right here on the sim. So, it's endless. And I think we saw during COVID when we got the real drivers from the Outlaws to run it to show you how talented they are. They can get into the sim and be just as competitive as they are in real life. So it shows you how close it really is.
And how tight the racing was, maybe a harbinger of what was to come tonight, because we saw it here. And I think it only was more prevalent in the feature, but it was still there in the heats too, that everybody here is so tightly packed in, so bunched up you don't have a lot of room to escape, and you're not really moving too crazily here with the big blocks at Charlotte. So I'll pass on one of the questions to Evan. Back to you. How tough and how important do you think it's going to be for these drivers to have track position and to find holes amongst these packs to work their way through the field, knowing that climbs, alphabet soup style are going to be tough to come by here?
Oh, that's the key. I mean, when I took my time and started in the heat and everything, I'm like, look at these guys in front of me. I go, where am I going to go? And it was actually kind of truthful too, because they're all fast. They don't make mistakes. I mean, when you whittle down hundreds of iRacers down to 72, coming into today, you got 72 of the best. Now, with the final 24 cars, 50 laps, I think you're going to see that track change, and I think you're going to see a lot of maneuvering. But in this next race, it's going to be tough. You're going to have to try to find a lane that works for you, and hopefully you can do the best and move up and get in that top 12.
Well, Dean, we appreciate your insight, appreciate all that you do for Super DIRTcar. Tremendous thank you for coming on the broadcast this evening, and we hope that you get the chance to enjoy the rest of the show here from wherever you might be seated and whatever screen you're in front of watching all the action.
Thanks, Jim. Well, I got to do what I do in real life. Jordan's going to drag me in the booth, and I'm going to be an admin, so we're going to do race directing next.
Going to be right at home, I think, is Dean Reynolds, race director for Super DIRTcar Series action, as we are going to turn our attention to another commercial break. But I can tell you that the second group in our second preliminary round program is not too far away. Drivers are on track getting practice in, and we will see green flag action in about, call it, 20 minutes or so. So be ready to stick around and come back to it. We're going to be back with more action from the virtual dirt track at Charlotte, courtesy of iRacing. After this, as Dirt Vision's coverage of the DIRTcar Digital Dash continues.
Enjoy this Dirt Vision Classic. Dirt Vision is home to all the greatest shows on dirt. With a Fast Pass, you get exclusive live coverage of the World of Outlaws sprints, World of Outlaws late models, Super DIRTcar Series, and DIRTcar Racing. There's also Extreme Late Models, Extreme Outlaws sprints, and midgets, plus weekly racing from America's premier dirt tracks. See the biggest events: the Knoxville Nationals, USA Nationals, Kings Royal, DIRTcar Summer Nationals, Super Dirt Week, and the World Finals. Buy your Fast Pass at DIRTVision.com. Our free vault contains more than 1,000 races, some more than 40 years old. Right now, enjoy this Dirt Vision Classic.
Bobby Davis still in the car, being congratulated by his car owner, Casey Luna. Chief mechanic Kenny Woodruff checking the right rear tire. Bobby out of the car, gets a hug from his car owner. Mark Kinzer walking up the track to offer his congratulations, marking a fine ride to crack the top 5. Mark Kinzer over to congratulate the Bobby Davis team in a fine gesture of sportsmanship. Bobby's wife out now offering congratulations. It's a happy scene down here in Victory Lane. We're going to have Bobby come over here and chat with us momentarily. Here he comes, Miss Tennessee, Bobby Davis. Bobby, we congratulate you. Was that fun out there tonight? Yeah, I had a lot of fun tonight. Bobby, if you could have seen what was going on behind you, I don't know if you would have enjoyed it quite as much. Sammy Swindell was right there. Did you know it was Sammy?
Well, one time I got behind a lap car down there, turn 3, and I seen a black nose come out of me, and I said, well, must be Sammy, you know, and he's been going real good all year, and he just made it a little harder than I was earlier. I started running car a little bit more harder and trying to hit the right spot on the racetrack, and we made it.
You sure did, Bobby. You seemed to really find a nice groove down there in turn 1, moving through the lap traffic on the bottom.
Well, I never did even run the top down there in 1 and 2. I stayed on the bottom the whole time, and we went with a little hard tire, and it just took us a little while to get going, but once we got some heat in it, seems like it took off pretty good.
Bobby, you mentioned
we used last night, and we haven't had a chance to run the new motor yet, and maybe it'll do a little better than this one.
You mean you've got one that might even be faster than this one?
Well, we hope to. You know, we've just been pretty good here the last couple of nights, and we still need some more horsepower. Like Sammy's motor, it's been running real good all year, and he's one beat right now.
Well, you beat him tonight, Bobby, and your partner tells us that he's on a vacation for a couple weeks to come out here and watch it. If he's bringing you this kind of luck, I don't know if you're going to let him go home.
Well, he always said the car never did no good when he showed up, and we've been doing pretty good ever since he's been here.
Bobby getting a cup of water from World Outlaws official Bob Watson. I'm sure that's well deserved. Bobby, I don't know what the time was tonight, but I'd say we've got a track record here for sure. You were really on it. Once again, do we have any Ford fans in attendance tonight? You know, Bobby, last night when you won here, they were kind of quiet. I thought they forgot about you. They used to make some noise when you'd win one way or the other here 5 years ago. Last night they were pretty quiet. But tonight, fans, I think you're awfully glad to see Bobby back here, aren't you? Bobby, we know you're going to be back here with us next Friday night, and things keep going the way they are. Maybe we'll be talking to you again. Congratulations.
Okay, thank y'all. Thank all y'all for coming.
Bobby Davis Jr., ladies and gentlemen. And winner's partner, Casey Luna. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Here we are again. Again, you know, sometimes we don't take time enough to thank the fans. You know, for coming out here, you look around, everybody's having a good time. And I just joined the big party because I'm having a good time. The other thing is, we always forget to mention the people that make this possible, the very, very good sponsors. Pro Shocks, and I can name you many, many people that have made this possible. But to win here tonight is kind of the cream on the cake, as they say, because, again, as I said last night, it was a venture joined by a lot of good people. We're just very, very tickled we can put on a good show for the good fans out there. Thank you, Bruce.
Casey Luna, you're a fine part of racing. You're a class act. Your entire team. We're awfully glad to have you here. We just may see you again next Friday night.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it.
Casey Luna, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with the official finish momentarily. outside. If you're not in a hurry, we invite you to visit the pit area if you wish. Some of the top 5 cars, of course, down there, trackside. Some of the drivers still around. They'll be available to sign autographs if you can catch them before they get to their trailers. The official finish, well, we don't want to say the official finish yet. It's unofficial until the scores confer with the World Outlaws official. So here's the way we have it at this point. The winner, of course, Bobby Davis in car number 10. Second, what a tremendous ride, challenging the outside guardrails all night. He certainly gave it all he had in car number 1, Sammy Swindell. Third, and he was right there throughout. This man was in the hunt. The 7C of Joey Allen. Almost forgotten was the fine ride turned in by the driver of the 6R, Mark Kinzer, finished 4th. The 69K of Donnie Price. 14th, the 2 of Andy Hillenberg. 15th, the 77 of Frankie Kerr.
For this first heat race, Bryce Bailey will roll off from second. Third will be Mike Augustine. Dylan Wilson begins this heat from 4th. 5th will be Scooter Black. Justin Sick rolls off from 6th. Brian Rubel will start from 7th. Speedy Brissett from 8th, and Nick King, the 9th and final car in this first heat race. Same rules as we had in our first program and our first group in this preliminary round. It's 10 minutes or 10 laps, whichever comes first of the top 5 drivers in this heat. And the next 3 that follow will all go to the feature. Everybody else will make their way towards the last chance qualifier. Weather conditions have been reset to largely what they were a little bit further back in the evening when we started, just as it was at the beginning of Program 1. So the default day for iRacing, May 15, 2022, 7:30 p.m. local time. 71 degrees Fahrenheit air temp, 62 degrees Fahrenheit track temp, winds to the west at 3 miles an hour, and humidity of 37%. All on Robbie Swan to get us going, who takes off, hits the gas pedal, and we are back on our way, but not before some contact there with the driver on the outside. Couldn't quite tell who that was, but what I do know is that Mike Augustine is there, and Bryce Bailey. You heard Dean Reynolds talk about him in the interview that we had about a half hour ago. Look at Bailey with the move there to cut underneath all of them and slide right up to that high line. Augustine will fight back, though, as will Swan. Bailey stuck in the middle and now working his way towards the high line. Justin Sick tried to get up there, didn't have any room. Everybody shuffled around. And how about Bailey, who was leading for a split second, now completely outside the transfer spots? That's the kind of shuffling of cards that we have in a burn of a start to this first heat race, where he lapped 3 of 10. Swan there in the lead. Augustine looking to pull the slider on him. He'll go up top, clears by just a bit. Oh, it checked up everybody there. That was a beautiful job from Augustine to get the spot over Robbie Swan, who goes back to the inside to try and take away the position, but he could not match the slider that Augustine threw on him. So Augustine down to the point. Swan back to second. Wilson to third. Bryce Bailey now back up to fourth. Justin Sick on the inside. He is the man in the transfer spot as it stands. Augustine working up top there. Swan trying to get in front of Wilson, who has just enough momentum to make sure that he can maintain that spot alongside Swan. Oh, who tried to clear himself there coming out of 4 and just didn't quite have the room to do it. He may be able to do it here coming on the backstretch, though. Thinks about it, doesn't have enough room to pull it off. He'll sit there. You see the transfer battle right behind this group. Bryce Bailey, Justin Sick continuing to fight for the spot there. The second pair, of course, going side by side over the top hand portion of your screen. There's the contact that I figured might be coming between Robbie Swan and Dylan Wilson. And what kind of impact does that have on Swan's ability to automatically advance into the feature? Because he now sits in fourth as we come to 3 laps to go, rather. And Augustine's now clear of this group by maybe 3-4 car lengths. He looks like he's in very good shape. Wilson as well doing a nice job. And Bryce Bailey, after getting shuffled back lap 2, lap 3 of this heat, done a nice job to recover. He's now in third. Those 3 look set to go if they can maintain the pace for these final 2 laps. It's Robbie Swan, Justin Sick, and Speedy Brissett that are in the thick of a heavy battle for that spot around P5. There's a good look at the race lead. Just off to the right-hand side of your screen, a little bit further back, there's the transfer spot battle. Swan, Sick, Brissett, 4th, 5th, 6th as it stands. White flag already out here, so half a lap for Brissett and Sick to figure this out. Sick to the inside, Brissett to the outside. Sick to pull the slider, but he didn't have enough room. And can Brissett pull this back on the outside? Barely. Just enough to make it happen. So the 5 advancing from Heat 1, Mike Augustine, Dylan Wilson, Bryce Bailey, Robbie Swan, and Speedy Brissett off to the feature race. Justin Sick, Scooter Black, Nick King, and Brian Rubel to the LCQ. Your grid for Heat 2 looks like this. Colton Herbert rolls on from the pole. Jim Boniface will roll on from second. Dylan Hauser and William Watson third and fourth of the grid. Corey Teeple starts fifth. He's joined in sixth. On the outside of row 3 by Brett Rolls, Carl Kilgore, and Hunter Smith. 7th and 8th, Dylan Petty, the 9th and the final car in this grid. Everybody looking for one of the coveted 20 automatic spots into our Swan Speed Shop preliminary Group 2 feature. Separate pool of drivers, different pool of drivers than what you saw from the first preliminary round, but at the end of it, top 12 from the feature in this program will go to our main qualifying and then a 50-lap feature to settle this and find out who is going to walk away with the biggest share of the $3,000 purse. Waiting on Colton Herbert's decision to go here. Lights off on the pace truck, so we will go green this time by Herbert, the control car for this initial start. He will try and take off and jump down the banking in the middle of 3 and 4 and get a good run on everybody, and takes off. He does, and he's going to drag Dylan Hauser with him, who's going to go ahead and clear Jim before they even bother getting to the first turn. Now look at the moves a little bit further back. William Watson looking to the inside of Jim and trying to find his way up into the top 3. Brett Rolls is the man in the transfer spot as it stands. Corey Teeple trying to take that away from him down on the inside lane, and Carl Kilgore was down there as well. Teeple now scored in 5th, but he's not going to be able to clear Watson or Rolls on the exit of 2 as they continue to fight for position. No contact there as Kilgore goes a little bit sideways and just about lost it, and Corey Teeple also sideways in that mix too. Dylan Petty just hanging back, I think, waiting for an opportunity to strike, but he needs to show a little bit more pace. Meanwhile, William Watson now looking to the inside and working his way alongside Brett Rolls. Watson in the red and white and black machine rolls in the blue machine, carrying momentum from the cushion on the high line, and he continues to fight. But a nice job there from Watson to keep the momentum up on the inside down the back straightaway and take the position at least for the moment, but not before Rolls goes right back down to the bottom to try and pull the slider. Can he get clear enough of Watson to make it work for a split second, but he couldn't get the drive off the corner he needed to maintain the spot. So Watson will go back to fourth, Rolls to fifth. Kilgore all of a sudden is starting to work his way back into this fight as Watson and Rolls have fought for fourth and fifth. And it is now a proper three-car fight for the final transfer position as you see the battle for the lead. Colton Herbert trying to hold on. Dylan Hauser and Jim just about in the mix as well. Those three well clear of everybody else in this field to the tune of about a second plus. So all three of them, don't make any mistakes. We should see them in the feature later. Here comes Hauser off the wheel and to the door of Colton Herbert, but doesn't have enough momentum to make the pass. So he will stay in line as they rip the fence perfectly there in one and stay there. Now here comes Hauser off of it to try and go way down to the bottom and then come back up top, but he couldn't quite get the drive off he needed to stay there. And so again, Hauser will have to seed and Herbert will have to stick down there and make something happen as they continue to go back and forth and back and forth. Meanwhile, Carl Kilgore has managed to clear Brett Rolls for the final spot in the feature as they go to the white flag. One more lap to go in this feature. Herbert and Hauser continuing to fight for the race lead. There goes Hauser to the outside. Herbert to try and hold on. Can he keep it straight enough at the line? How about no? Dylan Hauser with the victory in the heat by 4/100ths of a second. So Hauser and Herbert, Jim's going to William Watson and Carl Kilgore, the 5 to advance from heat number 2 into the feature automatically. Rolls, Teeple, Hunter Smith, Dylan Petty to the LCQ. Here's the grid for the third heat in this program. Felix Waugh going to go with Isaac de Oliveira on the outside of the front row. Hunter Heck and Kendall Tucker in third and fourth in this grid. Scott Fritz and Bobby Trapper in fifth and sixth. Dalton Gauthier and Matt Yorker completing the 8-car field. Grid rolling here for this third heat of 4. So 2 more heats to go this evening. And then we start working our way to eliminations and money races through and through. One more lap before we go racing. One more lap before Felix Waugh will take all, try and put together another solid run. We saw Lloyd Bonnier and Alex Bergeron light it up in that first group, and no surprise to see the Canadian contingent strong once again in the second group. They have a very strong tradition of dirt racing within the sim and a lot of big names that have been able to find a lot of success throughout the years. Is all eyes on that black and yellow machine of Felix Waugh to take off and roll off and get us going in heat number 3, where it's Waugh, then Hunter Hack to the inside of De Oliveira, who might just get us off the corner. No, De Oliveira was able to keep a nose alongside the quarter panel, but Hack might, no, still can't get the momentum he needs. So De Oliveira continuing to fight for second. That might be the best battle amongst this bunch. Kendall Tucker on the high line. Scott Fritz is the, was the man in the transfer spot, and then bounced off of Tucker, and now is going to have to fight off Matt Yorker for the final transfer position in this. That continues to move up towards the front to the inside of Waugh he goes. Meanwhile, De Oliveira right along that high line, and Tucker sort of riding that middle group, maybe about a lane off of the top. So we're starting to see different groups come in even earlier, I think, in this prelim group than we did in our first prelim group of this DIRTcar Digital Dash. Meanwhile, everybody fighting for whatever track position they can get. Scott Fritz there on the inside, black and yellow machine to the inside of Kendall Tucker is your final driver in a transfer spot as it stands. 7 laps to go in this heat race. Tucker now up on that high line, working things, continuing to pick off spots now that he's found his groove. No surprise that a driver with World Championship experience in the World of Outlaws will find the speed somewhere, some way, as he continues to pick off driver after driver after driver to get a good starting spot here. Hank D'Oliveira, still your first three drivers in this field, though. Then Tucker, then Fritz. What can Matt Yorker do? He's been the intriguing wild card in all this. He is the first driver on the outside looking in and trying to get to the outside of Scott Fritz for position. Just towards the edge of your screen there, you see that battle, the black and yellow car and then the white car there. As you get a good look at Kendall Tucker's machine, he's trying to work some way around Isaac D'Oliveira, but hasn't found the room yet. Meanwhile, Matt Yorker has found his way to the inside of Scott Fritz, and he'll try and pull the slider to take away that final transfer spot that would automatically send him to the feature, but he didn't have enough momentum on exit, so he'll go right back to the inside and had to check up big time. He nearly got into Scott Fritz, didn't quite have the run that he needed. 2 laps to go for this field to figure out which 5 are going to advance into the feature of this second group of the preliminary round, brought to you by Swan Speed Shop. Fritz continuing to work that inside. Yorker just can't quite get the run on the outside. White flag out for all these drivers. Good battle here between Tucker and D'Oliveira for 3rd and 4th. But meanwhile, it's it's Heck, it's D'Oliveira, it's Tucker. And can Scott Fritz hold off Matt Yorker one more time? Yorker didn't get the run he needed on the bottom, and that will be it. So, your winner of the heat, then Heck, D'Oliveira, Tucker, and Scott Fritz. Your 5 that advance directly into the feature, Yorker, Gauthier, and Trapper, off to the LCQ. Your final grid for the final heat race of the night. Michael Hackett will start on pole alongside Clay Devon. Brendan Stuhler will roll off from 3rd. He's to the inside of Kevin Robinson. Tyler Jackson will start this heat from 5th. Hank Silver to his outside will begin from 6th. Eric Tepper will begin this heat from 7th. And Gavin Eisel will roll off from 8th. We are rolling once again. We are ready to rock and roll. Lots of people making things happen. Saw some of these drivers active earlier today on Twitter as well, expressing their excitement for the DIRTcar Digital Dash. Saw Hank Silver drop in a few tweet likes as well. So, liking what you're seeing here. Don't forget, a lot of these drivers have some form of Twitter presence. Definitely worth interacting with some of your favorites here. Hank's over 3, if you're wondering, by the way. Definitely make sure to give him a follow amongst this group. Make sure you find all these drivers out on Twitter. Stay tuned in for what they're up to in their sim racing lives. Plenty of activities and plenty of drivers show off their day-to-day content on social media and give you a good inside look into what it's like to sim race at a pretty competitive level, which is what you're going to find here in the DIRTcar Digital Dash. As Hackett takes off, and seems like nobody else behind him did. He's clear by maybe 3, call it, yeah, we'll say 3, as they fan out into 1 and 2 for the first time. 3 wide for second between Devin Stuhler and Tyler Jackson. Devin is going to win that battle. Then Jackson to the inside of Stuhler, who's got that high line, as Devin continues to sneak away ever so slightly. He's found the cushion. He likes that line, and I think he's starting to pick up pace, pick up speed to try and go after Michael Hackett, who is still clear of everybody else in this group by a decent amount, as they are moving pretty quickly, but it's all sort of standstill freeze frame action as Hank Silver caught the fence off of turn 4. His purple machine just a little bit further back in this group, but it's Brandon Stuhler who has the final transfer spot just ahead of Gavin Eisel to his inside. That could end up becoming the battle for the transfer spot into the feature directly here in this second group of preliminary racing, as Hackett is cleared, but Devin now starting to work the inside, and he's starting to find pace. Last time by, he was a 10th quicker than Michael Hackett on the stopwatch. This time by, he was 2/10 quicker. So Clay Devin has found something on that inside lane. He's starting to make it work. Eric Tupper now up to 3rd after starting 7th. He's fighting Tyler Jackson for position. Nice work from Tupper to climb his way through the field. Kevin Robinson currently in possession of the final transfer spot as Gavin Eisel continues to work that high line and try and jump up into the top 5. Hackett beginning to respond, but Devin's still quicker. Now here comes Devin to the outside. Maybe he'll be able to get the quarter panel alongside. Not quite at the moment. He'll stay there to the outside and slide along and continue to go up there. But now it's started to equalize. Hackett was actually faster that last time by. They'll come to 3 laps to go when they hit the stripe once again. And Eric Tupper has started to draw his name into the conversation along with everybody else. It's starting to become maybe a 4-car battle for the lead. So Hackett's lead has definitely been trimmed a little bit. Tupper now into second to the inside as Devin is given at the bottom. The inside line clearly has the speed at the moment. The question is whether or not Eric Tupper can get to Michael Hackett in these last 2 laps, and or can Hackett hold on? They might be 3 wide for the race lead as Tupper tried to get alongside. Didn't quite have it over Devin, but they are indeed 3 wide for P1 in the middle of turn 4 as Hackett will continue to work that high line and keep everybody at bay for the moment. Final lap in this heat. Kevin Robinson pretty well clear for the final transfer spot. So all eyes on this battle for the race lead as Michael Hackett will go down to the bottom and Devin will try and work the high line, but it won't be enough. Hackett wins the heat. Devin, Tupper, Jackson, and Kevin Robinson are off to the feature directly. Eisel, Silver, and Stuhler will head to the LCQ. To the LCQ we go, where Justin Sick is your pole sitter alongside Brett Rolls, Matt Yorker, and Gavin Eichel are 3rd and 4th on this grid. Scooter Black will roll off from P5. Corey Teeple will begin from 6th. Dalton Gauthier and Hank Silver round their 7th and 8th of the grid. Nick King and Hunter Smith 9th and 10th. Your final 4 cars in this last chance qualifier: Bobby Trapper, Brandon Stuhler, Brian Rubel, and Dylan Petty. Same rules in this LCQ as we had in our first LCQ. It's a 12-lap or 15-minute race, whichever comes first. And the top 4 will be on their way to make up the final 4 spots in the second preliminary round feature of the evening, presented by Swan Speed Shop. It is at this point that the racing is going to get a little bit different, I think. We saw how the dynamic changed once you added more cars on track for the LCQ and the feature with Group 1. I suspect we're probably looking at the same for Group 2, where we are at 8:15 local time in sim, 71 degrees Fahrenheit air temp, 61 degrees Fahrenheit track temp, winds to the west at 3 miles an hour, humidity of 38%. What will that do for these drivers? What can Justin Sick pull off as he goes? We are underway. The final LCQ of the night takes off, and we are green flag racing to the dirt track in Charlotte, where it's Sick, Rolls, Yorker, and Eisel who have the early final positions, but yellow flag immediately, so I suspect we are going to have another crack at that start. Seems like race control did not like the way we got going the first time. Otherwise, I don't think the caution would have been as quick as it was. So we will line everybody up and we will try this one more time before we get going. Also worth noting that caution laps did not count in that case. And so we are not clicking off laps on the bean counter here because we never completed a lap to begin with. So it is a full restart of this race that we are about to experience. What can Justin Sick do? What can Brett Rolls do? We saw flashes of promise and a pace and of speed in their respective heat races, but do they have enough to make it happen here amongst this group in the LCQ? That's the big question. Lights are off on the pace truck. We will give it another whirl. Justin Sick, the man in control, as we get set to launch out of the corner and go back to green flag racing. They were all stacked up behind him. We'll see if race control lets that go again. But for the moment, we are green. It is Sick It is Rolls. It is Yorker. It is Eichel in the top 4 spots as it stands. But Brett Rolls trying to make something change, trying to make things happen as best he can. A little bit of contact further back. One car around and on its lid. We may get a yellow flag for that. We'll see. We'll hold our breaths momentarily. But it is sick that it is Rolls, that it is Yorker, that it is Eichel who officially has that 4th position. And then Scooter Black is the first one on the outside looking in as you go a little bit further back in this field. But back to the race lead we go, where Sick and company are fighting. Big time battles here throughout this group. Brett Rolls continues to work his way around the bottom. He's that blue car right in the center of your screen on the inside line. Everybody chasing after Justin Sick, though. And then we've got some lap traffic in between this group. So a little bit confusion as to who's where and who's doing what. That's the trickiest thing, I think, of all of this. Everybody working their way around and continuing to fight for position, continuing to work their way through things and continuing to push. Continue to work our way through this qualifying here. We realize we may be working on a few issues with timing and scoring, so we'll try and keep you abreast of things as best we can. And indeed, you see everybody pulled all in figures through timing and scoring. We think we may have hit a glitch in the server. We were not seeing any laps counted off for these drivers, even when they were racing at pace. So we will see if we can figure out the issue and diagnose things momentarily. But for the meantime, we'll take a quick break here and let things roll out and bring you back with more action from the DIRTcar Digital Dash in just a few moments. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. More action from the virtual dirt track in Charlotte coming up.
Every week, Dirt Vision brings you the best racing coverage from America's top tracks. You get high-speed thrills at the Big Half Miles at Williams Grove, where the Pennsylvania Posse roams, and Knoxville Raceway, the sprint car capital of the world. There's also wheel-to-wheel action at Attica Raceway Park, Jacksonville Speedway's quarter-mile bull ring, and the tight turns at Huset's. Sprint cars are the main event, but there's plenty of other grassroots racing to satisfy every fan. See local drivers working to become the stars of tomorrow. Williams Grove, Knoxville, Attica, Jacksonville, Huset's. Also, Millbridge Speedway, the country's premier outlaw kart track, which completes the circle of speed and driver development. And new in 2022, Florida's Volusia Speedway Park, where drivers grab gators at the DIRTcar Nationals. Plus Minnesota's Jackson Motorplex, home of the Jackson Nationals. These tracks make up the weekly racing family, all season long on Dirt Vision. The greatest shows on dirt have the best fan gear in motorsports. Show your support for World of Outlaws sprints and late models. Go to worldofoutlaws.com and make your way to the Buy Now section in the upper right corner. You'll find hats, shirts, hoodies, and other great souvenirs for all fans. Spend $50 or more to get free shipping. Shop anytime at worldofoutlaws.com. Dirt Vision is home to all the greatest shows on dirt. World of Outlaw sprints, late models, and Super DIRTcar series. You also get DIRTcar Summer Nationals and weekly shows from America's top tracks. Dirt Vision has the best all-around live coverage with flexible options for casual and hardcore fans. No commitments, cancel anytime, apps for most devices. Get your Fast Pass now at dirtvision.com. Every week, Dirt Vision brings you the best racing coverage from America's top tracks. You get high-speed thrills at the Big Half Miles at Williams Grove, where the Pennsylvania Posse roams, and Knoxville Raceway, the sprint car capital of the world. There's also wheel-to-wheel action at Attica Raceway Park, Jacksonville Speedway's quarter-mile bull ring, and the tight turns at Huset's. Sprint cars are the main event, but there's plenty of other grassroots racing to satisfy every fan. See local drivers working to become the stars of tomorrow. Williams Grove, Knoxville, Attica, Jacksonville, Huset's. Also, Millbridge Speedway, the country's premier outlaw kart track, which completes the circle of speed and driver development. And new in 2022, Florida's Volusia Speedway Park, where drivers grab gators at the DIRTcar Nationals. Plus Minnesota's Jackson Motorplex, home of the Jackson Nationals. These tracks make up the weekly racing family, all season long on Dirt Vision. The greatest shows on dirt have the best fan gear in motorsports. Show your support for World of Outlaws sprints and late models. Go to worldofoutlaws.com and make your way to the Buy Now section in the upper right corner. You'll find hats, shirts, hoodies, and other great souvenirs for all fans. Spend $50 or more to get free shipping. Shop anytime at worldofoutlaws.com. Dirt Vision is home to all the greatest shows on dirt. World of Outlaw sprints, late models, and Super DIRTcar series. You also get DIRTcar Summer Nationals and weekly shows from America's top tracks. Dirt Vision has the best all-around live coverage with flexible options for casual and hardcore fans. No commitments, cancel anytime, apps for most devices. Get your Fast Pass now at dirtvision.com. Every week.
Welcome back to coverage at the DIRTcar Digital Dash from iRacing's virtual dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord, North Carolina. James Pike here. Just a quick note for you all at home or wherever you might be watching tonight's action. So we did indeed encounter a time game scoring glitch within iRacing. So what we are going to do is build a new server, a new session, and restart from the beginning of the last chance qualifier and just run the last chance qualifier and the feature in the new server. So we'll take a little bit of time to get that set up and organized properly and rolling. So we'll break here for a little bit, but once we get everything set back up, we'll come back to you and be back with more action from the DIRTcar Digital Dash at Charlotte. More racing with the big block modifieds coming your way in the not too distant future. So enjoy the content, enjoy the coverage. Make sure if you get the chance, log on to iRacing.com to see what's available to all of you in the world of dirt racing on the sim, or head to dirtvision.tv. You know, two very good places to have bookmarked on your computer if you haven't done so already. But stick around. We'll be back in the not too distant future and resume this LCQ in the second group of the preliminary round here for the DIRTcar Digital Dash. We'll be back in just a few.
Dirt Vision is home to all the greatest shows on dirt. World of Outlaw sprints, late models, and Super DIRTcar series. You also get DIRTcar Summer Nationals and weekly shows from America's top tracks. Dirt Vision has the best all-around live coverage with flexible options for casual and hardcore fans. No commitments, cancel anytime, apps for most devices. Get your Fast Pass now at dirtvision.com. Every week, Dirt Vision brings you the best racing coverage from America's top tracks. You get high-speed thrills at the Big Half Miles at Williams Grove, where the Pennsylvania Posse roams, and Knoxville Raceway, the sprint car capital of the world. There's also wheel-to-wheel action at Attica Raceway Park, Jacksonville Speedway's quarter-mile bull ring, and the tight turns at Huset's. Sprint cars are the main event, but there's plenty of other grassroots racing to satisfy every fan. See local drivers working to become the stars of tomorrow. Williams Grove, Knoxville, Attica, Jacksonville, Huset's. Also, Millbridge Speedway, the country's premier outlaw kart track, which completes the circle of speed and driver development. And new in 2022, Florida's Volusia Speedway Park, where drivers grab gators at the DIRTcar Nationals. Plus Minnesota's Jackson Motorplex, home of the Jackson Nationals. These tracks make up the weekly racing family, all season long on Dirt Vision. The greatest shows on dirt have the best fan gear in motorsports. Show your support for World of Outlaws sprints and late models. Go to worldofoutlaws.com and make your way to the Buy Now section in the upper right corner. You'll find hats, shirts, hoodies, and other great souvenirs for all fans. Spend $50 or more to get free shipping. Shop anytime at worldofoutlaws.com.
Grandpa, guess what? It's time to get it on! Race fans, it's showtime! Brett Hearn will win the whole shot into turn number 1 and 2, bringing the Flying Squirrel Rocky Warner in the 98 with him, as Matt Williamson in the 88 and the 21A, and Peter Britton will do battle for position number 3 and 4 as they complete the first circuit. And we've got one car in trouble here in turn number 4. I believe that might be the 28 of Michael Trouthold out of Roscoe, New York, who is off the pace as we are under caution. Flat right front on the number 28 of Michael Trouthold as he limps around the speedway towards the back pit area. And he will make the sharp right to head to the low E insulation work area. Trouthold out of Roscoe, New York, joining us, made the show last night for night number 1 of the World Finals. A 17th place finish for him. Brett Hearn able to grab the whole shot and lead lap number 1. Danny K, low E insulation work area. What can you tell us?
Looking at the right front tire here now, Shane, and it looks like there may have been a little bit of damage to the outside bead lock on this tire, which would have helped that right front to go down. But as you said, Mike Trouthold coming to the World Finals here this weekend and really having a great start and a lot of fun down here. He said he's just excited to be here, running with the big guys on the biggest stage in dirt racing. And they'll get this right front change and get him back out here so we can finish off the program here tonight.
Looks like Chris Heil is also pulled into the low E insulation work area with the number 5 machine as well, Dan. If we can get an update on him, he started back in position number 31, took a lap, not sure if there's something wrong with the car or if he feels that, well, we're just gonna do one lap and pull it in. No harm, no foul here tonight as the Lightning Management number 5 machine heading to the pit area as well. Dan? And Heil coming into tonight 9th in points in Super Dirt Series competition.
Yeah, Shane, I believe they just elected to send that car back to the pit area. Of course, unfortunately for Chris, he kind of ran towards the back of the consolation to get into the race today, too. Not a regular runner under the Super DIRTcar Series until this year. He really has come on strong, had some fantastic finishes during this season. So a tough break for Chris tonight.
All right, thank you very much, Dan. As we get to go back to green, Brett Hearn, Rocky Warner in the number 98, your front row. Peter Britton in the 21A, the 88 of Matt Williamson. Matt Shepard in the number 9S, running in position number 5. As we are ready to see the green unfurled once again. Justin Harris right there in 6th, Larry White 7th, Demetrius Drelos 8th, Jimmy Phelps 9th, Alex Jankowski rounds out the top 10, and we are back underway. A full song for the big blocks into turn number 1 and 2. Exiting the corner, Hearn will keep the number 1 spot as Warner right there into turn number 3 and 4. The Batman still rides in position number 3 as now the 88 of Williamson trying to hold off the advancements of both the 9S of Matt Shepard and the number 3 of Justin Harris. They're 3 wide behind him. The Bandit to the inside of Alex Jankowski and Double D, Demetrius Drelos right there. They'll sandwich the youngster out of Pennsylvania as Jimmy Phelps and the 111 of Drelos come out of him 1 spot better as they head up into turn number 1 and 2. Meanwhile, the Jet Brett Hearn in car number 20 leading the way right now, using his experience as he brings it off the turn with Rocky Warner right there in the 2 spot and the Batman Peter Britton running in 3rd. Off the corner, Williamson watches from 4th, Shepard 5th, Harris is 6th, Drelos is 7th. The 98H of Jimmy Phelps rides in 8th, Alex Jankowski 9th, and now rounding out the top 10 is RD3, Ronnie Davis the 3rd. He will work the low side, must have saw what Donnie Schatz did in that sprint feature. He'll roll the bottom off of corner number 2. Meanwhile, Hearn rolls through the center, and the Flying Squirrel's gone to the top shelf. Let's see what he does. He'll work on the Hearn number 20 for the lead into turn number 1 and 2. Rocky Warner pulls even terms. Can he make it work? No, he can't, as Hearn will keep the lead. The Batman still right there. So you got the Jet, the Squirrel, and the Batman all doing battle right now for the number 1, 2, and 3 positions. Off of corner number 2, Rocky Warner finds the bite on the top side. He's going to shift lanes. Oh, he thought about it, but he didn't put a blinker on it. Wouldn't have been polite to do. As they race off of corner number 4, Hearn still rolls that middle as he holds off Warner as we have 8 laps in the books. Britton still there for 3rd. Williamson holding on to 4th. Matt Shepard rides in 5th. Justin Harris is 6th. The 111 of Demetrius Drelos is 7th. The 98H of Jimmy Phelps 8th. Alex Jankowski 9th. And the battle for 10th between Tim Fuller and the 32R of RD3 Ronnie Davis III. Well, a difference a night makes. Larry White at this point in the feature last night was running away and hiding. Right now, Brett Hearn not having that luxury. A 3-car length advantage over the 98 of Rocky Warner's. We have 10 in the books. Working their way down into corner number 3 and 4. Brett Hearn, Rocky Warner, and Peter Britton. As Williamson still there for position number 4. The next time by, they will come down to the line. We will have 18 in the book, 18 to go, and we will be on lap number 12. Brett Hearn, an 8-time champion. We will go silent in tribute on lap number 12 of Jack Johnson, a 6-time series champ. Brett Hearn continues to lead here on lap number 17. Yellow lights are on with 17 to go. Yellow lights are on. Caution on the speedway. And it's Rocky Warner, the Flying Squirrel, the second place car off the pace. And the Jason Simmons Racing, Lindsay Aggregates, number 98. 4 feature wins to his credit, co-champion at the Fonda Speedway in 2021. 2 wins there, 2 wins at Utica Rome Speedway. A tough break for Rocky Warner, who was running in position number 2. And it looks like Tim McCready has also taken this opportunity to dive over into the pits, as well as Warner has made his way over to the low E insulation work area. And the crew's looking at that right rear tire that we can see here. Dan, what can you tell us?
Well, Shane, interestingly enough, the right rear is not flat on the Warner number 98. They are actually going to work on the suspension of that car. So I thought immediately right away that the right rear would have been down, being one of the drivers on the 400, but that is not the case. Apparently some sort of suspension failure on the right rear of the 98.
You know, you talked about the drivers up on the front row, Brett Hearn and Peter Britton. Did they go with the 400s on their cars tonight? As Matt Williamson running in position number 3. Dan, what do you have?
Well, unfortunately, Shane, I had a hard time hearing it there. I'm giving a little bit of feedback through my headphones right now. But I'll go back here to the 98 of Rocky Warner and looking further in, and I'll tell you what the actual problem is. They have the drive flange off the outside of the right rear axle. So I don't know if they might have stripped an axle or if the drive flange itself broke. But when that happens, you lose drive in the rear of these cars and they simply won't move. And they're doing all they can to try to get that fixed right now. But once again, it was not a tire problem. And I'll try to see. But indeed, the right rear is starting to feather somewhat already. So we've got some laps left here. We'll have to see how the other 400s hold up.
All right, thank you very much, Dan Kapasinski. 17 laps remain, 13 in the books of this 30-lap Super Dirt Car Series feature event. Brett Hearn now, Peter Britton there to challenge again. The Matt Williamson 88, and look who's right there in 4th. 8-time series champion, Matt Shepard. He'll put the gas down, and here we go, charging into turn number 1 and 2. Hearn will lead the brigade up through the corner. Shepard now up to 3rd, and Jimmy Phelps looking to make something happen. The Bandits on the move, going after Money Matt, as Double D, Demetrius Drelos, and Alex Yankowski right there as well, as Hearn looks to pull away and open up 5 car lengths as Shepard, and we've got trouble in turn number 3 and 4. 3 cars together on the top side as we are under caution. Three cars involved up in turn number 3 and 4. Looks loud, actually 4 cars. That's Larry White's 99L, the 8A of Dwayne Howard, the 70A of Alex Payne, and the 83X of Tim Sears Jr. All having a meeting of the metal up there between turns number 3 and 4 as the cautions are out. Alex Payne looking to back up and pull away under his own power. Dan?
Well, Shane, definitely a terrible night here for Larry White. After nearly collecting a victory last night, he has considerable right front damage to the number 99L. The hook absolutely going to have to go to the front of that machine. Meanwhile, the 83X of Tim Sears Jr. looks like mostly cosmetic damage to the left side door on that machine. As we look at the Dwayne Howard number 8A as well, the back side of that car taking a heavy bit of damage. The rear bumper damaged badly, as well as the left rear quarter panel. But it looks like all 4 corners are okay on the 8A. So of all the cars up here, the only one I believe that is going to be done for the night is obviously the 99L of Larry White.
Tough break for Lightning, the 29-year-old driver out of Phoenix, New York. Bicknell Chassis, LJL Kevlar Power Plant. Brandon Ford and Jake Petrovich overseeing the maintenance on that ride. Finished 2nd last night. That was his best finish here of 2021. on the Super Dirt Car Series Tour. So Matt Shepard, let's talk a little bit about points here coming into tonight. Matt Shepard already clinching the title, but Matt Williamson and Billy Decker still fighting it out for positions number 2 and 3. Williamson coming into the night in second with a 16-point advantage over Billy Decker for third. Peter Britton back and forth with 178. Max McLaughlin fifth. Eric Rudolph sixth. Larry White in the thick of a battle between Rudolph and Jimmy Phelps in a battle for 6th, 7th, and 8th. And Chris Heil, 307 points out of the lead. Started 31st, got his starting points, but shouldn't sacrifice too much. Should be able to keep a top 10 points finish for the season. Dan?
Well, Shane, down here in the low E insulation work area, unfortunately, the Tim Sears 83X, the crew took a look at that ride and decided that left side damage was just a bit too much to safely continue on here tonight, so they have sent Tim back down to the lower pit area. Dwayne Howard has just worked his way in as well. I'll try to see if I can get down there and catch a peek as well.
Well, Dan, I know you like numbers, I like numbers, and I like stats, and I want to share some numbers with you coming into tonight. Here at the dirt track in Charlotte, Brett Hearn has 14 top 5 finishes to his credit in 29 starts. 4 of them are wins. He has the most wins here at the Speedway, tied with Tim McCready. Matt Shepard right behind them, tied with Tim Fuller with 3 each. Gary Spade, head statistician for DIRTcar, just sent me a great stat. If Brett Hearn wins this race tonight, it would be his 450th DIRTcar sanctioned feature win.
Well, that's absolutely an incredible number, Shane, and we talked about it. I don't always like to mention how old Brett Hearn is. He's 63 years old. He's got a ton of experience, won races all across the country. We talked to him quite a bit tonight. He said, earlier on, last night they just felt like they missed the tires. But when you only run 8 or 9 modified races in a season like he's done, that can happen. But they went to the books tonight. They've been working hard, and that 20 machine is looking very sporty out front.
Well, he said he had to finish the deal. He didn't do it last night, starting in the number 1 spot. What can he do here tonight? Peter Britton, Matt Shepard, Matt Williamson, Demetrius Strelos, Jimmy Phelps, all right there to challenge as they get the green off of turn number 4 one more time, and the Batman's going to take a peek to the inside of the jet. Into turn number 1 and 2 with 16 laps remaining. Peter Britton trying to grab the number 1 spot, but Brett Hearn will keep the position. Here comes Mad Max McLaughlin in the number 32C machine, making his presence known as they work their way through corner number 3 and 4. Mad Max started in position number 30, and he is up to position number 5 underneath the 88 of Williamson. Mad Max is on the move. He'll now look for 4th from 30th up to position number 4. Max McLaughlin in the 32C as we have 14 laps to go. Mad Max looks off of corner number 2. He'll get around Demetrius Strelos right now, up to position number 4. Strelos 5th. The 88 of Williamson rides in 6th. Jimmy Phelps 7th. The 84 of Alex Jankowski is 8th. Justin Hare's 9th. And Billy Decker rounds out the top 10. But things are getting interesting at the top of the heap. Hearn looking for yet another feature win in his illustrious 900-plus career win. Could it be his 450th DIRTcar sanctioned win here tonight? And his 5th here at the dirt track. Peter Britton takes it off of corner number 2. Matt Shepard still there for 3rd, and Mad Max riding in 4th, literally started in Mooresville, North Carolina tonight. Now feeling the pressure back from Demetrius Strelos as they head into turn number 1 in the battle for 4th and 5th with 11 laps to go. McLaughlin keeps the spot. Strelos in the 111, back underneath him, reclaims the 4th position. But Mad Max comes back underneath him. 10 to go for Brett Hearn into turn number 1 and 2. Off the corner. 4-car, now 5-car length advantage over Peter Britton as the 9S of Shepard heads up into turn number 3 and 4 as they start to click down into single digits for Brett Hearn. His last tour win, November 3rd, 2018, right here at the dirt track. 140 career Super Dirt Car Series wins, 12 non-point wins, 128 series point race wins, and he's 9 laps away from doing it again. Off of corner number 2 and down the back straightaway, opening up the advantage now over the 21A of Peter Britton. The 8-time champion, the 9S of Matt Shepard, right there for position number 3 as we have 7 laps to go. Drelos in the number 111, holding on to position number 4 as they work their way down into corner number 3 and 4. McLaughlin 5th, Matt Williamson 6th, Yankowski 7th, Jimmy Phelps 8th, Justin Harris 9th, and the number 91 of Billy Decker rounds out the top 10. As they dance down into corner number 3 and 4, we will have 5 laps to go. 5 to go for Brett Hearn into turn number 1 and 2. As they work their way down the back straightaway into turn number 3 and 4. Hearn with the advantage, but now has traffic in front of him. He comes off the corner. He's got Bob McGannon and the 88 of Olden Dwyer in front of him as they work off the corner. Dancing down the back straightaway, Shepard trying to close in on the 21A of Peter Britton for position number 2 while they race in traffic. 3 to go for the Hearn number 20 into turn number 1 and 2. Last night we saw Alex Yankowski at 17 years of age pick up the win. Can we see 63-year-old Brett Hearn pick up the win here tonight? He'll bring it off of corner number 4. 2 to go, this time by for the corporate jet as they race up into turn number 1 and 2. The Madsen overhead doors, Fox shocks, 4-star transmission, Kaiser wheels. Takes them into turn number 3 and 4. Hearn brings it off the corner. White flag is out. One more time for Brett Hearn, the promoter of the Orange County Fair Speedway. He's gotten out of the seat. He's only competed 8 times in big block competition. In 2021, he will grab his 5th win here at the dirt track and his 450th dirt car sanctioned win. Brett Hearn, your winner of night number 2.
Dirt Vision is home to all the greatest shows on dirt. World of Outlaw sprints, late models, and Super Dirt Car Series. You also get DIRTcar Summer Nationals and weekly shows from America's top tracks. Dirt Vision has the best all-around live coverage with flexible options for casual and hardcore fans. No commitments, cancel anytime, apps for most devices. Get your Fast Pass now at DIRTvision.com. Every week, Dirt Vision brings you the best racing coverage from America's top tracks. You get high-speed thrills at the Big Half Miles at Williams Grove, where the Pennsylvania Posse roams, and Knoxville Raceway, the sprint car capital of the world. There's also wheel-to-wheel action at Attica Raceway Park, Jacksonville Speedway's quarter-mile bull ring, and the tight turns at Huset's. Sprint cars are the main event, but there's plenty of other grassroots racing to satisfy every fan. See local drivers working to become the stars of tomorrow. Williams Grove, Knoxville, Attica, Jacksonville, Huset's. Also, Millbridge Speedway, the country's premier outlaw kart track, which completes the circle of speed and driver development. And new in 2022, Florida's Volusia Speedway Park, where drivers grab gators at the DIRTcar Nationals. Plus, Minnesota's Jackson Motorplex, home of the Jackson Nationals. These tracks make up the weekly racing family all season long on Dirt Vision. The greatest shows on dirt have the best fan gear in motorsports. Show your support for World of Outlaws sprints and late models. Go to worldofoutlaws.com and make your way to the Buy Now section in the upper right corner. You'll find hats, shirts, hoodies, and other great souvenirs for all fans. Spend $50 or more to get free shipping. Shop anytime at worldofoutlaws.com. Dirt Vision is home to all the greatest shows on dirt. World of Outlaw sprints, late models, and Super DIRTcar series. You also get DIRTcar Summer Nationals and weekly shows from America's top tracks. Dirt Vision has the best all-around live coverage with flexible options for casual and hardcore fans. No commitments, cancel anytime, apps for most devices. Get your Fast Pass now at dirtvision.com. Every week, Dirt Vision brings you the best racing coverage from America's top tracks. You get high-speed thrills at the Big Half Miles at Williams Grove, where the Pennsylvania Posse roams, and Knoxville Raceway, the sprint car capital of the world. There's also wheel-to-wheel action at Attica Raceway Park, Jacksonville Speedway's quarter-mile bull ring, and the tight turns at Huset's. Sprint cars are the main event, but there's plenty of other grassroots racing to satisfy every fan. See local drivers working to become the stars of tomorrow. Williams Grove, Knoxville, Attica, Jacksonville, Huset's. Also, Millbridge Speedway, the country's premier outlaw kart track, which completes the circle of speed and driver development. And new in 2022, Florida's Volusia Speedway Park, where drivers grab gators at the DIRTcar Nationals. Plus Minnesota's Jackson Motorplex, home of the Jackson Nationals. These tracks make up the weekly racing family all season long on Dirt Vision. The greatest shows on dirt have the best fan gear in motorsports. Show your support for World of Outlaws sprints and late models. Go to worldofoutlaws.com and make your way to the Buy Now section in the upper right corner. You'll find hats, shirts, hoodies, and other great souvenirs for all fans. Spend $50 or more to get free shipping. Shop anytime at worldofoutlaws.com.
Welcome back to coverage of the DIRTcar Digital Dash here, where after a little bit of technical difficulties, we appreciate everyone's patience and look forward to a big-time feature race. It's the Swan Speed Shop preliminary feature number 2, which will be brought to you by Swan Speed Shop, operated by iRacing competitor Gunnar Swanchar, specializes in setups for 358s and big block modifieds. Each setup is built from scratch. Each season and packs include multiple seasons worth of setups, guaranteeing a setup to fit your drive style. Check them out at swanspeedshop.com and use the code DASH10 for 10% off of any order. Tonight's broadcast also brought to you by Team VLR, one of the leading organizations in the iRacing Dirt community. You can visit them on their Facebook page today and check out their wide variety of big money shows and street stock racing events. And by Majula C Speed Shop. CFM Esports is one of the fastest growing operations on iRacing, founded by real-life super late model racer Chris Ferguson. CFM Esports operates the Majula C Speed Shop at CFM Designs by JD Down. Need some setup tips or a new logo for your iRacing team? Visit cfmesports.com today and work with the pros. And of course, for all information on how to start your iRacing career, you can log on to iRacing.com today. And a friendly reminder that if you use the promo code PR-Outlaws12, you'll get 50% off a 1-year membership. And if you use the promo code PR-Outlaws3, you'll get 50% off 3 months if you are a new member. So plenty of ways to get into iRacing, get yourself on the sim, get yourself some laps here on the dirt, and who knows, maybe in the not too distant future, you do be racing big block modifieds for a $3,000 purse against some of the best and brightest that dirt sim racing has to offer. With technical difficulties, we're waiting on getting our field of 24 into this racing show. I think we are moments away from getting everybody lined up. It will be an automatic advance to the actual race, so we will likely be killing practice a little bit earlier here and then getting on with 30 laps to figure out which 12 out of these 24 will advance from this heat race and go on into the feature to cap off the evening. You'll notice here that conditions are a little bit different, and it is a little bit warmer out. We have kept the same day, so in sim we are still on the default day for iRacing, May 15, 2022. However, instead of racing at about 8:39 p.m. local time, we are racing at 3:30 p.m. local time. Partly cloudy skies, air temp 79 degrees Fahrenheit, track temp 74 degrees Fahrenheit, winds to the south at 5 miles an hour, humidity 36%. But the big number of that track temp is about 10 degrees higher than what these drivers were working with when we were racing earlier tonight. So, track should be a little bit slicker, a little bit more intriguing, but it is time to grid up this race. It is time to get you set for the Swan Speed Shop preliminary round feature number 2. The grid for our second feature of the preliminary round and last race of the prelim round. We're going to be up to the main next. Going to be coming your way in the not too distant future. It is, after everything, Mike Augustine that will be on pole for this event. Dylan Hauser will roll off from second. Felix Roy will roll off from third. And Michael Hackett will begin this race from fourth. Dylan Wilson rolls off from P5. P6 is where you'll find Colton Herbert. Hunter Heck will start this feature from 7th. Clay Debin rolls off from 8th. 9th is where Bryce Bailey begins, and Jim Boniface will begin from 10th. Isaac De Oliveira starts in the 11th spot. 12th on the grid is Eric Tupper. Robbie Swan is 13th. 14th belongs to William Watson. Kendall Tucker begins tonight from 15th. Tyler Jackson will start in the 16th spot. 17th will be Speedy Brissett. Carl Gilcor starts from 18th. 19th on the grid is Scott Fritz, and Kevin Robinson completes the top 20. Your final 4 qualifiers. Justin Sick, Gavin Eisel, Dalton Gauthier, and Bobby Trapper. Your 24-car field for the second feature, of which the top 12 will advance. 30 laps here, caution laps counting, 12 miles, 19.2 kilometers that we get to work with on the dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway, which opened in 2000 and is a 0.4 of a mile, 0.64 kilometer oval with 10 degrees of banking in the corners and 4 degrees of banking on the straights. Lights are off on the pace truck, so we will be going here momentarily. Top 12 from this race will advance to the main and race for their share of the $3,000+ purse. Who advances? We'll find out momentarily. Pace truck is off. Augustine and Hauser to lead us to the green flag here for this second preliminary round feature brought to you by Swan Speed Shop. Augustine on the gas pedal, and we are underway at the dirt track at Charlotte, and they both got a good jump. Did Augustine and Hauser. Here comes Waugh to the inside, trying to take away the race lead already with a good run down on the bottom, fanning out there on the back of the field. 3 wide already for about third or fourth. Dylan Hauser, Michael Hackett, Hunter Heck in the midst of all that. Colton Herbert there just to the top side of your screen in the neon yellow and black machine. But it's all about Augustine and Waugh at the front of this, and then Hauser and Wilson, and then Heck, Hackett. Bryce Bailey coming in, but contact further back. I could not tell who immediately that was. I think it was Michael Hackett who got turned around, but Hackett gets turned. Yellow flag comes out. Caution. That was contact with Colton Herbert in the middle of turn 3 and finished off by Clay Devin. You'll see the replay here momentarily. So hard racing here off of 2, and Herbert just got into Michael Hackett, and then nothing that could be done by Clay Devin. Hackett goes around and loses the track position, which will be frustrating for him, given that he started this race in 4th and is now going to have to charge from 24th just to get back to 12th when he was well inside the cutoff to make it to the main. So work to be done, although they may be giving back a spot. We'll see where they score Michael Hackett at the end of all this, but no, going to slide him in line, and we'll see where he lands and see just what kind of work he has to do. Green flag back out. Waugh back on the gas pedal. Augustine will try and give chase this time from that high lane. Hauser and Wilson there just behind him as we go back after things. Hunter Heck currently in the 5th position. 2 by 2 by 2. They continue to work around the dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway. A little bit more orderly now than I think we've seen in a long while, save for Mike Augustine, who is the only one up there against the cushion. Everybody else seems to be quickly dropping down to the inside and trying to make use of that low lane. It seems like that's where the speed has been if you've got any outright pace, but we've got a few drivers that are working the high line, a few drivers, and especially if you're in the back of the pack, you can watch the stack-ups and watch the yellow flags here as we've got another yellow out on the racetrack. Believe it's Clay Devitt again over in turn 4. This time he and Scott Fritz are the two that end up going around. Good look at it here. Devin, the initial contact there, and then Fritz just in the back of the screen. But Devin ends up going on his side and looping around and almost saving it. Yep, almost. And then getting stuck at the very end of things. Back to the live look at your field. Currently 10 laps on the board of 30. So a third of the way through proceedings in this Swan Speed Shop preliminary feature. Plenty of work to be done, though, for all these drivers. Lights off on the pace truck. Kendall Tucker of note. Driver with World Championship experience here in the World of Outlaws on iRacing is your man in the transfer spot as it stands. Currently scored in the 12th spot. As Juan takes off, he goes. There goes Dylan Wilson. There goes Juan. There goes Wilson. There goes Augustine. Everybody back to it here at the dirt track at Charlotte. As Juan continues to work that bottom lane to good effect. And Wilson is trying to run the high line, but it just doesn't seem like there's that much speed up there. Augustine immediately able to draw alongside him on that inside lane, as Juan will continue to bounce between the high lane and the low lane and try and optimize his lap times as they continue to click off here front end of this field. Good group amongst the top 10 or so battling. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, Robbie Swan now in the transfer spot. Kendall Tucker has made the pass to get around him. So Tucker up into the 11th spot. Swan trying to hold off Isaac De Oliveira and Michael Hackett. Three wide ahead of them, also pretty well spaced out behind De Oliveira and company. There certainly is a gap to Hackett, and then Jackson, Speedy Brissett, Gavin Eichel's back in that mix as well. So a few more drivers, but this could be the fun one to watch here. Just keeping our eye on Kendall Tucker working his way through the field. The pink and sort of bright green and black and neon, all sorts of I keep thinking of Nerf football colors, or anybody who watched Guts on Nickelodeon way back in the day. That sort of very loud neon that grabs your attention and draws your eye. You won't miss Kendall Tucker on the racetrack, that's for sure. As he now works the middle, nice pinch there to try and hold Eric Tupper at bay. So Tucker clear of Tupper and company, and now up into the top 10 for the first time in this race. Convenient three wide between this group. They work the back straightaway here, already halfway through our second preliminary round feature. As Felix Juan continues to lead, they are well clear up front amongst the top three. The battle is actually for fourth, where Mike Augustine's got that high line, but Dylan Hauser, Bryce Bailey, Jim Butterfuss, all in the mix there. Right back to Colin about William Watson, Colton Herbert, and then it brings you right back to Kendall Tucker and the battle that he had been having with Eric Tupper, Robbie Swan, Isaac De Oliveira, and company. Lots of good stuff here towards the back end of the top 10. Bryce Bailey, that first car on the inside. Mike Augustine is just ahead of this group. Jim Butterfuss is in here. William Watson is also in the ballpark as well, but everybody clear of 12th. That's the big thing. Isaac De Oliveira is the one who's got to start making moves here. And Michael Hackett, remember how he got spun around and has had to click his way back through this field just to try and make sure he gets his spot back in the feature and back in the main after starting this race in fourth. He's up to 14th, so he's not totally out of it either. 8 laps to go for this field as the battle continues to rage at the front. Now Dylan Wilson looking to the inside of Felix Juan for the race lead. First time we've had a battle up at the very front for the first time in this feature proper, especially under a green flag run. They've started to draw Juan back in, and it's single file amongst the top, call it 8 or 9 now. You have to go back to Augustine and De Oliveira and Tupper and Michael Hackett all trying to make things happen as Robbie Swan is going to get past, or actually Mike Augustine is going to get past on the outside as De Oliveira now finds himself in the transfer spot. And Augustine and De Oliveira bouncing back and forth between that 12th position as Tupper begins to fade. And does Michael Hackett have anything left for this group? He can see the transfer sets right there in front of him, but trying to battle back for the misfortune of getting spun earlier to have a chance just to make this feature. But as he burned up too much of his equipment trying to make this run back out front in the first place, as we now come to 4 laps to go. Good look here at the battle between Kendall Tucker, Isaac De Oliveira, and Robbie Swan and company. Lots of fighting for these final few positions around the last transfer spot, which at the moment is Mike Augustine's. 2 laps to go. Coming up in the not too distant future, 3 laps to go on the board. Battle to the inside there as Robbie Swan looks to the inside of Tucker. De Oliveira is there. Augustine is still in the final spot to transfer out of this. 2 laps to go here at the dirt track at Charlotte. Tucker just going right up to the fence and bringing Augustine with him, and they're going to clear De Oliveira on the outside. A beautiful move there as they jump around him and Robbie Swan, and Kendall Tucker might well just drag Mike Augustine back into the thick of this white flag here in this feature. Who will make it as the final driver in? Does Eric Tupper or Michael Hackett have anything for Isaac De Oliveira, who is the last driver scored in? No, they don't. De Oliveira is the last man into the main as Felix Waugh comes away as the winner of this feature. So it's Waugh, Wilson, Heck, your top 3. De Oliveira and Robbie Swan actually got beat out there. So Swan goes to 12th, but makes it into the main. That's the big key here with all of this. Let's take through your full field rundown, tell you where your favorite driver finished. While your winner ahead of Dylan Wilson, Hunter Heck finished in the 3rd position. 4th went to Dylan Hauser. Bryce Bailey brought it home P5. Jim Boniface was 6th. 7th went to Colton Herbert. William Watson was 8th. 9th went to Kendall Tucker. And Mike Augustine finished in 10th. Isaac De Oliveira was 11th. Robbie Swan, the last driver to transfer into the main, is 12th. These drivers going home after some hard-fought performances, but just not quite enough to advance into the main tonight. Eric Tupper was 13th. Michael Hackett could not complete the comeback entirely. He finishes 14th. 15th went to Tyler Jackson. Speedy Brissett comes home in 16th. Gavin Eisel was 17th. Carl Kilgore 18th this evening. 19th went to Scott Fritz, and Kevin Robinson was 20th. Dalton Gauthier, Bobby Trapper, Justin Sick, and Clay Devin complete your 24-car field. We will take another commercial break. Hopefully, though, might be one of the last ones we take, because the next time we are back racing for a share of $3,000 up on the line and 50 laps here at the dirt track at Charlotte, the main event in the DIRTcar Digital Dash coming your way in the not too distant future. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back on Dirt Vision just after this.
Dirt Vision is home to all the greatest shows on dirt. World of Outlaw sprints, late models, and Super Dirt Car Series. You also get DIRTcar Summer Nationals and weekly shows from America's top tracks. Dirt Vision has the best all-around live coverage with flexible options for casual and hardcore fans. No commitments, cancel anytime, apps for most devices. Get your Fast Pass now at dirtvision.com. Every week, Dirt Vision brings you the best racing coverage from America's top tracks. You get high-speed thrills at the Big Half Miles at Williams Grove, where the Pennsylvania Posse roams, and Knoxville Raceway, the sprint car capital of the world. There's also wheel-to-wheel action at Attica Raceway Park, Jacksonville Speedway's quarter-mile bull ring, and the tight turns at Huset's. Sprint cars are the main event, but there's plenty of other grassroots racing to satisfy every fan. See local drivers working to become the stars of tomorrow. Williams Grove, Knoxville, Attica, Jacksonville, Huset's. Also, Millbridge Speedway, the country's premier outlaw kart track, which completes the circle of speed and driver development. And new in 2022, Florida's Volusia Speedway Park, where drivers grab gators at the DIRTcar Nationals. Plus Minnesota's Jackson Motorplex, home of the Jackson Nationals. These tracks make up the weekly racing family, all season long on Dirt Vision. The greatest shows on dirt have the best fan gear in motorsports. Show your support for World of Outlaws sprints and late models. Go to worldofoutlaws.com and make your way to the Buy Now section in the upper right corner. You'll find hats, shirts, hoodies, and other great souvenirs for all fans. Spend $50 or more to get free shipping. Shop anytime at worldofoutlaws.com. Dirt Vision is home to all the greatest shows on dirt. World of Outlaw sprints, late models, and Super DIRTcar series. You also get DIRTcar Summer Nationals and weekly shows from America's top tracks. Dirt Vision has the best all-around live coverage with flexible options for casual and hardcore fans. No commitments, cancel anytime, apps for most devices. Get your Fast Pass now at dirtvision.com. Every week, Dirt Vision brings you the best racing coverage from America's top tracks. You get high-speed thrills at the Big Half Miles at Williams Grove, where the Pennsylvania Posse roams, and Knoxville Raceway, the sprint car capital of the world. There's also wheel-to-wheel action at Attica Raceway Park, Jacksonville Speedway's quarter-mile bull ring, and the tight turns at Huset's. Sprint cars are the main event, but there's plenty of other grassroots racing to satisfy every fan. See local drivers working to become the stars of tomorrow. Williams Grove, Knoxville, Attica, Jacksonville, Huset's. Also, Millbridge Speedway, the country's premier outlaw kart track, which completes the circle of speed and driver development. And new in 2022, Florida's Volusia Speedway Park, where drivers grab gators at the DIRTcar Nationals. Plus Minnesota's Jackson Motorplex, home of the Jackson Nationals. These tracks make up the weekly racing family, all season long on Dirt Vision. The greatest shows on dirt have the best fan gear in motorsports. Show your support for World of Outlaws sprints and late models. Go to worldofoutlaws.com and make your way to the Buy Now section in the upper right corner. You'll find hats, shirts, hoodies, and other great souvenirs for all fans. Spend $50 or more to get free shipping. Shop anytime at worldofoutlaws.com. Dirt Vision is home to all the greatest shows on dirt. World of Outlaw sprints, late models, and Super DIRTcar series. You also get DIRTcar Summer Nationals and weekly shows from America's top tracks. Dirt Vision has the best all-around live coverage with flexible options for casual and hardcore fans. No commitments, cancel anytime, apps for most devices. Get your Fast Pass now at DIRTvision.com. Every week, Dirt Vision brings you the best racing coverage from America's top tracks. You get high-speed thrills at the Big Half Miles at Williams Grove, where the Pennsylvania Posse roams, and Knoxville Raceway, the sprint car capital of the world. There's also wheel-to-wheel action at Attica Raceway Park, Jacksonville Speedway's quarter-mile bull ring, and the tight turns at Huset's. Sprint cars are the main event, but there's plenty of other grassroots racing to satisfy every fan. See local drivers working to become the stars of tomorrow. Williams Grove, Knoxville, Attica, Jacksonville, Huset's. Also, Millbridge Speedway, the country's premier outlaw kart track, which completes the circle of speed and driver development. And new in 2022, Florida's Volusia Speedway Park, where drivers grab gators at the DIRTcar Nationals. Plus Minnesota's Jackson Motorplex, home of the Jackson Nationals. These tracks make up the weekly racing family, all season long on Dirt Vision. The greatest shows on dirt have the best fan gear in motorsports. Show your support for World of Outlaws sprints and late models. Go to worldofoutlaws.com and make your way to the Buy Now section in the upper right corner. You'll find hats, shirts, hoodies, and other great souvenirs for all fans. Spend $50 or more to get free shipping. Shop anytime at worldofoutlaws.com. Dirt Vision is home to all the greatest shows on dirt. World of Outlaw sprints, late models, and Super DIRTcar series. You also get DIRTcar Summer Nationals and weekly shows from America's top tracks. Dirt Vision has the best all-around live coverage with flexible options for casual and hardcore fans. No commitments, cancel anytime, apps for most devices. Get your Fast Pass now at DIRTvision.com. Every week, Dirt Vision brings you the best racing coverage from America's top tracks. You get high-speed thrills at the Big Half Miles at Williams Grove, where the Pennsylvania Posse roams, and Knoxville Raceway, the sprint car capital of the world. There's also wheel-to-wheel action at Attica Raceway Park, Jacksonville Speedway's quarter-mile bull ring, and the tight turns at Huset's. Sprint cars are the main event, but there's plenty of other grassroots racing to satisfy every fan. See local drivers working to become the stars of tomorrow. Williams Grove, Knoxville, Attica, Jacksonville, Huset's. Also, Millbridge Speedway, the country's premier outlaw kart track, which completes the circle of speed and driver development. And new in 2022, Florida's Volusia Speedway Park, where drivers grab gators at the DIRTcar Nationals. Plus Minnesota's Jackson Motorplex, home of the Jackson Nationals. These tracks make up the weekly racing family, all season long on Dirt Vision. The greatest shows on dirt have the best fan gear in motorsports. Show your support for World of Outlaws sprints and late models. Go to worldofoutlaws.com and make your way to the Buy Now section in the upper right corner. You'll find hats, shirts, hoodies, and other great souvenirs for all fans. Spend $50 or more to get free shipping. Shop anytime at worldofoutlaws.com. Vision is home to all the greatest shows on dirt. World of Outlaw sprints, late models, and Super DIRTcar series. You also get DIRTcar Summer Nationals and weekly shows from America's top tracks. Dirt Vision has the best all-around live coverage with flexible options for casual and hardcore fans. No commitments, cancel anytime, apps for most devices. Get your Fast Pass now at dirtvision.com. Every week, Dirt Vision brings you the best racing coverage from America's top tracks. You get high-speed thrills at the Big Half Miles at Williams Grove, where the Pennsylvania Posse roams, and Knoxville Raceway, the sprint car capital of the world. There's also wheel-to-wheel action at Attica Raceway Park, Jacksonville Speedway's quarter-mile bull ring, and the tight turns at Huset's. Sprint cars are the main event, but there's plenty of other grassroots racing to satisfy every fan. See local drivers working to become the stars of tomorrow. Williams Grove, Knoxville, Attica, Jacksonville, Huset's. Also, Millbridge Speedway, the country's premier outlaw kart track, which completes the circle of speed and driver development. And new in 2022, Florida's Volusia Speedway Park, where drivers grab gators at the DIRTcar Nationals. Plus Minnesota's Jackson Motorplex, home of the Jackson Nationals. These tracks make up the weekly racing family, all season long on Dirt Vision.
And after all the racing we've had tonight, it is finally time for the main event in the DIRTcar Digital Dash. Thanks to all of you watching on Dirt Vision or Twitch or Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, wherever you may be. James Pike here to bring you all the action for the next 50 laps from iRacing's virtual dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord, North Carolina, where we are about to give some people some money. It is a $3,625 purse officially for all the drivers that have made it this far. You are coming away with no less than 50 if you finish last. You're coming away with a cool $1,000 if you finish first. So you're making something. It's just a question of how much money you are making. Should be a lot of fun to see this pan out here at the dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway. We've had some great racing in the preliminary rounds, but this is the best of the best. We've whittled the field down from over 120 entries to these 24 that are qualifying right now to set the grid for this 50-lap, 20-mile, 32-kilometer feature race at the virtual dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord, North Carolina. Lots of anticipation, lots of excitement, especially for these big block modifieds that have been racing all night long. We haven't had the chance to see them too much in competition here on DIRTcar Esports, but they have put on an incredible show this evening. We have had fantastic racing, top to bottom, 2 and 3 wide. It seems like every corner you turn, no exceptions, nobody letting up, and especially in this race where so much is at stake, so much is on the line, you would expect it's going to be a very tight, testy, twisty, in a good way sort of race. Should be very, very intriguing to see how this pans out, to see how our drivers in these big block modifieds get on with things. Also, would remind you that you can log on to iRacing.com if you want to learn more about the world's premier online racing game. And for new members, you can use the promo code PR-Outlaws12 to get 50% off of a 1-year membership, or use the code PR-Outlaws3, and that's the number 12 and number 3, for 50% off of a 3-month membership. Go log on to iRacing.com today to learn how you can get in on the action and potentially join these drivers in another race like the DIRTcar Digital Dash in the future. Also, can go visit DIRTcar.com/esports to find out everything on the DIRTcar esports side of things and keep abreast with all the fun, whether or not it's street stock racing on dirt, whether or not it's these big blocks on dirt. They do a lot of fun stuff on Wednesday nights at DIRTcar esports. And this is just one of many, many big things you can find on their side of things as well. So head to DIRTcar.com/esports for more information there. But the main attraction, a $3,500 plus purse, $1,000 going to the winner. We are less than a minute now actually removed from setting the starting grid proper for our main event. 50 laps this evening to set the tables, and 50 laps for us to find out who is going to walk away from this event $1,000 richer. Waiting on the final few drivers to set times here and see if they can knock out fast laps within the span of, maybe 10 seconds or so now. As qualifying wraps up and we get set for the biggest of shows of the evening. Here we are, the main event in the DIRTcar Digital Dash. It is time to bring you the starting grid for the main race, which sees Evan C. put together a lap of 16.102 seconds to bring home the pole ahead of Mike Augustine, who will start in second. Isaac de Oliveira will start from the third position. Dylan Hauser rolls off from fourth. Isaac Salas will complete the top five of the starting grid. Sixth on the grid is Bryce Bailey. Jim Bonifaz will roll off from seventh. Eighth is where you'll find Gunnar Swanchara. Dalton DeWart begins the main from ninth. And 10th on the grid is Hunter Heck. Blake Bernier, we saw him have a great battle with Evans in the first preliminary feature. He'll start from 11th. Caleb Schellenberg will roll off from 12th. 13th on the grid is Aiden Bierlein and Felix Waugh, who was so strong in that second preliminary feature, will roll off from 14th. Logan Gill begins the main from 15th. 16th on the grid of the main is William Watson. Alex Bergeron will start from 17th. 18th on the grid is Drew Hopkins. 19th in this main is Ryan Goffmanis, and Kendall Tucker starts from 20th. Colt Herbert starts 21st. 22nd, Jordan Casey, Dylan Wilson, and Robbie Swan. Your final two starters amongst this 24. We turn to the track facts very quickly before we go green flag racing once again. This is the dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord, North Carolina. A 0.4 of a mile, 0.64 kilometer circuit that opened in 2000 with 10 degrees of banking in the turns and 4 degrees of banking on the straights. The in-sim time is the default day for iRacing, May 15, 2022, just before 7:30 p.m. local time. Air temp is 69 degrees Fahrenheit, track temp 64 degrees Fahrenheit, winds headed to the west at 2 miles an hour, and humidity of 58%. We will see these drivers race off into the golden sunlight for $1,000 to the race winner, over $3,500 going out to this entire field, and the lights are at long last off of the pace car as we get set to go racing in the main from the dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway. All eyes as the truck pulls off. It will be all on Evans to lead us to the green flag. He stands at the gas pedal, and we are underway with the main in the DIRTcar Digital Dash as Say immediately jumps out front, but he will be challenged by Isaac de Oliveira on the inside lane. Mike Augustine immediately tucks in behind Say to try and go to second quickly, and then you've got company just behind them working his way towards the front. Using that high line is Dylan Hauser, who fights off the challenge from Bryce Bailey on the inside as de Oliveira slid back a little bit. That inside groove takes a little bit of time to work in. It's not immediately the fastest thing, but as the rubber builds up in this field, we would expect more drivers to drop down to the bottom. That's happened consistently over the course of the evening, but for now, everybody pinned right up to the cushion as best they can to try and maintain track position and maintain speed. Say, Augustine, Hauser, Bailey, and Swanchara. Your top 5. Then De Oliveira has found his way in line ahead of Boniface as we have drivers spinning on the front straightaway. No yellow flag yet, and there it is. A few drivers in trouble. We'll see if we can get a replay on what exactly happened, but I think Drew Hopkins got a piece of that. He was not the instigator of that, though there was a stack up. This is actually going to start when we get going, I think, with Brian Goffmanis is where we'll turn our attention to as the replay comes up. Stack up here with Goffmanis, and then nothing that William Watson can do is just got a whole heaping of the front bumper of Kendall Tucker, who couldn't see ahead of him. There's a classic accordion effect stack up there. So you'll see all the action here. There's the stack up that I just mentioned, and Tucker spinning William Watson. Dalton DeWart also was around for a little bit too. He was the one that I initially saw get sideways. There was contact, I believe, with, I think, yeah, Loic Bernier. It was indeed. So Bernier gets into Dalton DeWart, and those two went sideways, and it sort of triggered everything from the backside. As we now have 3 laps complete of the 50 in this main. Lights off on the pace truck once again. We should get the green flag momentarily. Evan C. and Mike Augustine, your race leaders here after the first handful of laps of competition. Gas pedal back for Evan C. He takes off. Nice move for him to jump up ahead of Augustine as Hauser immediately pressures on the inside. What a move there, though, from the bottom. How about Bryce Bailey going to the inside to try and make some moves with Gunnar Swanchara? The two drivers, they're working hard. The red, white, and black machines pushing. Swan Speed shot the try and go get Augustine to go get this race lead from the front as they are 3 wide, just a little bit further back of them towards the end of the top 10. Say still in control of this, but now you can see that inside starting to rubber in just a little bit. More drivers beginning to drop to the bottom and move away from the cushion. You can see that you've got 2 very dedicated committers in Bailey and Swanchara. They have gone down to the bottom very early, not afraid to start rubbering that track in. They could get even lower by the time the end of this feature rolls around. They say still in control of this, but that second group on the inside lane definitely beginning to form up as Dylan Hauser took a peek to the inside of Mike Augustine, but didn't find anything. Meanwhile, just a hair back in this. It is a mess right around the 10th position. So many drivers fighting for position and not a lot of room to spread it out. Isaac Salas is in this group. Jim Boniface is in this group. Caleb Schellenberg is in this group. Hunter Heck is here, as is Logan Gill. Ryan Goffmanis. Felix Roy is also a part of the madness. Just on the edge of your screen there, the yellow and black machine running the top line. But everybody 2 by 2 by 2 as they continue to work their way around the racetrack, and one car is on its lid. Do not have a yellow flag yet. Waiting. No, it was Isaac Salas who wanted his lid, but he took the reset, so we will stay green flag racing as they work lap 11 of 50. Evans C. in control of this. Hauser to second. Augustine trying to fight Bryce Bailey, and Gunnar Swanchara in that 3-4-5 battle, and Isaac Oliveira started to make his way back towards the front after dropping to the bottom. He almost committed down to the inside a little bit too early, and then didn't quite have it. Meanwhile, good look at Felix Roy in there. There's a good look at De Oliveira, and then the battle just ahead of him with Swanchara, Bailey, and Augustine all fighting for position. This is 3rd through 6th that you are seeing on the racetrack as the Swan Speed Stop drivers continue to try and poke away towards the front. continuing to make moves. There's the first big one, and there's a big call from Bryce Bailey, who's been able to work that bottom and get underneath and now officially get around Mike Augustine. So Bailey up to third, and can Swanchara hold serve, follow Bailey, and do the same to Mike Augustine. At the moment, not yet. Augustine with that good run up on the high line. So Swanchara is going to follow at least for a little bit, but try and duck down to the inside quarter panel and maybe get a run going into turn one. He drops down in the middle of the racetrack as Augustine rips the fence and tries to hold off Swanchara as best he can. He does it for the moment. Meanwhile, just a little bit further back, that's Isaac D'Oliveira and Hunter Heck that you see fighting for positions, along with Jim Boniface also in the mix there too, as Bailey continues to work that middle groove, trying to rubber that in and get to the bottom, because I think he suspects that his car might be faster if they can get all the way to the inside line. We saw that earlier, especially in the feature races in the preliminary round, so we may have an opportunity to see something like that happen again. And with the extra laps in this race, we're going for 20 more than we did in any of our races so far this evening, so we could see the most robustly developed inside groove that we'll have all night long in the biggest race that matters the most. D'Oliveira immediately makes his move down there as Bailey continues to work to climb and go get Dylan Hauser and Evan C., who are out in front by maybe 2 or 3 car lengths. Meanwhile, Augustine fighting back on that high line, and he will get the spot back. Nice work there from Augustine to roll momentum and get around Bryce Bailey, or at least try to get around Bryce Bailey, and then he lost all the momentum and couldn't quite make it happen. So Bailey still in control of this. It's Swanchara there, and Swanchara has got a whole bunch of people behind him. Hunter Heck has caught him. Jim Boniface has caught him. Isaac D'Oliveira is in the mix here too, and they're all stacked on top of each other, so there's not a lot of room to escape if anything happens to one of them. Really tricky to try and plant your runs correctly and make the moves when you need to. There's a big sweeping move to the inside as Boniface comes to the inside. Working lap 22 of 50 in this DIRTcar Digital Dash as Hunter Heck now drops to the bottom and will work to the door of Gunnar Swanchara, who continues to try and chase down Mike Augustine, who's found some momentum in his position on that high line, but hasn't quite found the speed to go after Bryce Bailey, who really is starting to click off some fast lap times. Last time by, he was right there with Evan Say, and he was a 10th faster than Dylan Hauser, and as they come across the stripe again, it is still a 10th. So Bryce Bailey is making the charge on Dylan Hauser. You can see it there as we slide a little bit further back. This is Augustine, yellow flagged out on the racetrack mode, trouble in the back. It's Logan Gill who goes around in turn 2. A little bit of contact with Felix Wong. Just a crossing of Apex's crossing of lanes. Innocent racing deal, but Gill goes around on the bottom of the racetrack, brings out the second yellow flag of the evening. You'll see it all here on the replay. Gill on the bottom of the blue and black machine. Comes up, bounces off of Wong, goes around, spins. No major contact, erstwhile or otherwise, so he gets it looped back around, and we go into the yellow flag. Another reminder here that we are going for 50 laps, not the 30. So keep your ears peeled, keep your eyes open for lots of good racing. We are nowhere close to being done with any of this here. A friendly reminder that if you want to tune in to all of the dirt racing you want, whether or not it's real or virtual, make sure you log on to dirtvision.tv, where the complete archives are also there. So if you want to catch up on some of the DIRTcar esports action that's happened over the course of the last 3 years, you can slide to dirtvision.tv and watch the replay of every DIRTcar esports event, including, well, once it gets done, this. But we still have to figure out who's going to make off with the race lead. We still have to figure out who is going to walk away $1,000 richer as we go back to green flag racing. Evan Say, the control car, as we get set to go. He takes off, jumps out. Say is gone, and he is off. But Dylan Hauser got a good run on the outside. This might not be a lot for Say to go back to the front, as Hauser is going to get a big run and will try and go to the inside to complete a crossover into 3. Hauser with a nice move up the racetrack, and we have a lead change for the first time, at least briefly, for the night. But yellow flag before they can come back to the stripe. Big mess back in turn 4. I could not catch who was on it first, but lots of cars that I saw going around. Blake Bernier, I think, is the victim here, and we saw Kendall Tucker come across the in-sim chat and apologize. So I think that's the answer there, is Kendall Tucker slides up into Blake Bernier over in turn number 3. Bernier hits the fence. We might get a good shot of everything that happened in that sequence on our Dirt Vision replay in just a few moments. Yep, little contact there with the right rear quarter panel of Tucker's machine. He knew it. Apologized quick at the radio. When you got that kind of experience, easy to tell when you're culpable, when you're not. So Tucker, with the class and the sportsmanship there, at least apologizing to Luc Bernier, whose car actually isn't all that bad off all things considered. He'll miss the track position, but time to make that up, as Evan Say will take off and get set to lead us back to green flag racing as we get cross flags halfway here in the main of the DIRTcar Digital Dash, and it's Say and Dylan Hauser at the front. Hauser continuing to work the high line. Say will slide up there to block. Bryce Bailey, Mike Augustine, Hunter Heck, and Gunnar Swanchara all in the mix here too. Big slide there from Bailey, who tried to keep everybody on that high line behind him, but couldn't quite do it the way he wanted to, as Hauser continues to hold second, but now Bailey beginning to really draw even, and then he has to go back. Mike Augustine there with a good run out of the corner. And now it's all high line for Dylan Hauser, going straight up to the cushion, as Say has decided to drop to the bottom and start running that line right around the apron, as we saw some folks do in the feature races in the preliminary round earlier tonight. Working 24 laps to go here at the dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Say still in control of this. What does that outside line have left, though? That's the big question. Lots of people trying to slide up and get into it. I think they're starting to see that there is some speed there, but a big incident in turn 4 to bring out the yellow flag once again. There's contact with Kendall Tucker again. Felix Robb was the first one to go around, and there were a few more that were caught up in this too. Colton Herbert got a very big piece of this. One more car got it too. Dalton DeWert was involved up on the high line. You see all the contact once again here. Everybody stacked up on that outside line. Just at the corner of your screen there, you saw Wall stacked up in there and Colton Herbert in the mix too. Just pinned up along the fence. Not really anywhere they could have gone in this. Lights, however, are off on the pace truck, and Evan C takes off. decent start for him. Better for Hauser, though. That's a better restart than we've seen Hauser get over the last few goes at it. But look at the middle run from Bryce Bailey, who just about pitched off Mike Augustine. But Bailey may end up going to second here if he's not careful. Well, if everyone else isn't careful, he's going to slide up in front of Hauser. Hauser's going to go to his inside to counteract that move. They may bounce off of each other here. Hauser to second, Bailey to third. Augustine trying to hang on for fourth as Hunter Heck gets down into Augustine, and Heck is going to slide Augustine back, and Hunter Heck will move up into the top 5. It's the highest he's been all main long. As Hauser goes up along the fence, Bailey down along the bottom, Heck sort of in the middle of the racetrack, as is Mike Augustine, who really has slid back in the last lap or two. Lots of contact. He's been sort of ping-ponged here, and now he's trying to hold off Ryan Goffmanis and company. Say still in control of this, though. He's led wire to wire up to this point. 18 laps to go here at the dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Yellow flag out, though, for another incident a little bit further back. Contact between William Watson and Robbie Swan way away from the racing. Took us a little while to find it. I didn't necessarily see it immediately. It took me a few times to catch it, but indeed, Robbie Swan ends up sideways and then just clips, I believe, that may have been Felix Waugh, but Swan ends up on his lid at the end of all this, so yellow flag needed to get him righted back up and sent up properly. A reminder that if you want to get involved in iRacing, then the easiest way to go find more information on how to start your career is go to iRacing.com today. And once again, you can use the promo codes PR-Outlaws12 to get 50% off of a year membership and PR-Outlaws3 to get 50% off a 3-month membership if you're a new member, and 40% off as well for new memberships. Lots of deals to be had to get yourself onto the world's most advanced racing game. Evan C. still in control of this. 33 coming to 34 laps in this 50-lap feature. He takes off. Hauser continuing to do a good job of reading these restarts from saying, not letting him get away immediately. But Bryce Bailey, now that he's got the track position, what can he do to shuffle things up? So he continues to work the bottom. It's Hauser up top. It's Bailey who's trying to follow the tire tracks, Hussein instead. Oh, just about tried to slide up in front of Dylan Hauser, who got a good run off of the corner and will continue to try and work the cushion and work that very, very high line to get alongside him and say, make this a battle for the race lead. We've seen it briefly before. The possibility's certainly there. Just haven't quite found it yet. Look at that move there from Bryce Bailey to keep Alex Bergeron at bay. It's the first time we've really said Bergeron's name, so he's done a nice job climbing through the field. 17th to 4th, an impressive run for the Canadian. You figured he was going to be in the mix on this. You figured he was going to make an appearance at some point. It was just a matter of when, and slowly, steadily, surely, he has been climbing through this field to make his way towards the front and join this battle with Hauser and Bailey. And Bergeron is there too, along with Hunter Heck. Jim Boniface in the mix. Oh, Hauser just about got into the rear of Evan Say as they came into 3 that last time by. We'll hit the stopwatches here. Hauser was a 10th quicker than Say as they work lap 37, coming to 10 laps to go. Bergeron now to the outside of Bryce Bailey to potentially get that 3rd spot. And if he can do that, could get very interesting at the front. He'll drop to the bottom now as Bailey tries to defend by sliding up top. Bergeron with the big move, the big send down low. Augustine trying to follow in his tire tracks, almost makes contact with Bailey, but Bergeron is not quite going to complete the pass yet. Might be one more corner. He really drove it in deep to hit the fence, and he will get the spot, but they wreck behind him. Are we going to get the yellow flag at some point here? Nothing yet from race control. There were a lot of cars that were on their side in 3 and 4, but we stayed green flag racing, so here's your eyes on the battle between Bergeron and Bailey. Bailey back up high. Bergeron will counter by trying to go down low. Hits the bumps. Oh, Oh, got a bad ride over the bumps on the exit of 4, and that cost him a ton of momentum. And all of a sudden, Hunter Heck is going to get clear of Alex Bergeron for position as we now hit 10 laps to go. Evan Say stretched down a little bit on Dylan Hauser. He's up to about 6/10 of a second lead, and those two are clear of the pack by another maybe 7th or 8th. So all eyes on this battle for P3. This is where the action is right now. Hunter Heck all in the middle of it. Bryce Bailey now in control of it. Bergeron working his way high to try and go get that second position back once again. Good momentum there. He'll clear Hunter Heck, and they will also clear, I believe, the 80 machine as well, which belongs to Dylan Wilson, who's made his best appearance up in front, 23rd to 5th. A big run for Dylan Wilson as Bailey continues to try and lead this bunch. Here comes Bergeron down to the inside. Wilson was there too. Bergeron with the move. Tries to go up in front. Can Bailey do anything this time about it? No, and I think he hit a bump as well. So that gives the spot out right to Alex Bergeron, but the yellow flag is up, and Isaac D'Oliveira, I believe, indeed, is the one over on his lid in turn 2. More contact with Kendall Tucker as well. It was a right rear quarter panel once again that got into D'Oliveira's machine. You'll see it here on our Dirt Vision replay in just a few moments. And just a slight bit of contact exiting turn 2 sends D'Oliveira up into the fence, into the wall right there. He just tried to clear himself. It wasn't quite there with Kendall Tucker. Lots of pressure on these drivers now within 10 laps to go in the DIRTcar Digital Dash feature. Over $3,500 in the purse, $1,000 going to the winner of this race. 4 figures, big money on the line, and it's going to take a big move, I think, to uproot Evan C., who's had the pace all night, especially in the features. We saw the great battles that he had with Luc Bernier, and Bernier just couldn't quite make it happen on the inside, but Say's been consistently quick throughout this all night long, and it will take a very good restart from Dylan Hauser, I think, to shake this up a little bit. Not to say that Dylan Hauser hasn't shown potential of the ability to get a good jump on this. He's had some solid restarts over the past few cracks we've had at it, but maybe not quite what you would want as they line up on the fence and take off once again. Stacked up there all the way. Green flag out again, working their way towards 6 laps to go. Say and Hauser tucked up on one another really neatly and nicely there. Alex Bergeron to 3rd, but the yellow flag out once again. Ryan Guffmanis, the one in trouble. And I think he just ran up on Mike Augustine. Yeah, he was trying to get a good run on Augustine and then got finished off by Jordan Casey. You will see it all here momentarily on the Dirt Vision replay coming out of 4 down the front straightaway. Little bump there, the ride up on Casey's left rear, and then the spin, and Guffmanis just didn't really have much he could have done, much places he could have gone either. So how many tricks do you have in the bag if you're Evan C? That's the big question here. There are plenty of different places you can restart here at the Dirt Track at Charlotte Motor Speedway, but almost have to be careful in where and when and how you use them, because every one that you use is another one that Dylan Hauser can file back in the memory banks, and he's had a few chances. So see what Say may or may not be up to. Which makes this even more intriguing when you consider we're also running out of laps to make things happen too. It's going to be coming to lap 46, so 5 laps to go when they cross the stripe and get back racing once again. Lights are off on the pace truck, which has nestled its way back down into pit road. Where does Evan C get the jump and make his move? Right here is the answer. And Hauser was able to follow a little bit, but Bergeron, I think, was able to follow a little bit better. Bergeron did a really nice job of reading it. So the battle might be for second and not so much for the race lead, unless Hauser could get a good run through these corners. 5 laps to go here in the DIRTcar Digital Dash. Hauser immediately going to go to the bottom and try and make sure that Bergeron can't do anything. He's going to try and I think use Bryce Bailey to keep Bergeron at bay, at least for the time being, as Say is right up along the fence, right up along the cushion, and maintaining that gap at somewhere in the ballpark of about 2 to 3 car lengths. Now here comes Hauser to the bottom with a big slide on corner entry, basically mirror driving Bergeron and trying to get the best out of his car. The problem is that he's giving up tenths to Evan Say as he does it. You can hang on to second, but it might kill your opportunity to get first. And he also just got in the fence in the middle of 1 and 2 as well, so that may open the door for Bergeron to take away second from the high lane, and it might be all that Evan Say needs to see as we go to 2 laps to go in the DIRTcar Digital Dash. 3 wide for the second position. Bryce Bailey now working to the bottom. It's Hauser up top. It's Bergeron in the middle, and they are all well back of Evan C, who is going to be able to watch this battle for P2 finish up, most likely in his rearview mirror. White flag out for Evan C. Big moves from Hauser and Bergeron up top, and Jim Boniface, Dylan Wilson, Bryce Bailey all fighting in the end, but they are going to chase Evan C to the line, who's going to come across the stripe at the dirt track at Charlotte, $1,000 richer as the winner of the DIRTcar Digital Dash from iRacing's virtual dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway. A commanding performance, a start to finish 50 laps led for Evan C to come away with the victory and be the best of the best amongst the 120 drivers that entered here. And now the celebrations can begin for Evan C and the whole team and the group out of Chesney, South Carolina. Take a look at your full field rundown in that race. Evan C comes away $1,000 richer ahead of Dylan Hauser, who got second. Dylan Wilson locks out second and third for the Dylans on the podium. Alex Bergeron, 17th to 4th, and Wilson, too, 23rd to 3rd. Impressive runs for both of them as you get a replay of the finish coming up momentarily. Bryce Bailey finishes in the 5th position. Hunter Heck was 6th. 7th went to Jordan Casey, and Colton Herbert finished in 8th. Both Casey and Herbert also started outside of the top 20. Mike Augustine finishes in the 9th position. 10th goes to Felix Bois. Logan Gill finishes in 11th. Aiden Beerline comes home 12th. 13th went to Drew Hopkins, and Dalton Dewart finished in 14th. Gunnar Swanchara finished in the 15th position. 16th went to William Watson. Ryan Goffmanish finishes in 17th. 18th went to Jim Boniface. Caleb Schellenberg was the first car 1 lap down. He was 19th. 20th went to Isaac de Oliveira. Kendall Tucker was 21st. 22nd went to Robbie Swan. Blake Bernier finished 23rd, and the 24th and final finisher coming home with $50 is Isaac Salas. Believe we are ready to bring up our new $1,000 man. We will, in just a few moments, be speaking with the race winner tonight, Evan C., who was very, very good in the feature and arguably even better in the main when he needed to be. And he'll come home $1,000 richer. And we are now joined by our race winner and new $1,000 richer man, Evan C. And Evan, first question I have for you, and my first thought looking back on this race, the restarts towards the end, how difficult was it to mix up the way you approached those to keep Dylan Hauser guessing?
Yeah, I mean, that's super important. I mean, I know Dylan's always going to be there on those restarts. I mean, trying anything he can to get you off your game, but I mean, it was kind of hard to figure out what line to choose going into one. I didn't know if I'd be, what line I'd go if I had him clear to the top, or if I didn't have him clear, what line I could go. And I mean, we just kind of made the the right choices throughout the race on the restarts, and throughout the race on what lines were coming in and what lines were kind of going away. And that's really what helped us win the race there was just choosing the right lines. I felt like.
I would almost say, from my perspective, I was surprised at how it seemed like the bottom didn't quite have the grip that it had, especially in the features in the preliminary rounds. So, was it tricky to read that and see that? And did you have any concerns about staying up high, which, especially when we got to crunch time, it seemed like that's where you like to be?
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a little bit more fuel in the setup compared to what we had in the prelim, which kind of makes the rear end of the car heavier and swings out more. So just naturally, it kind of favors the top a little bit better. But uh, I mean, I still use the bottom a good bit. Basically every single restart there, and 1 and 2 was pretty fast, and for a little bit in 3 and 4. And uh, I mean, you just got to read the track good, and kind of watch the lap times, and when they're falling off, try a different line. And kind of towards the end, we moved off the top in 3 and 4, and went to the bottom in 3 and 4. And I think Hauscher had the same idea that one lap. So I mean, staying on top of those lines is definitely important.
You stay on top of the lines, you stay on top of this. To go and do this the way you did and lead just about this whole thing. We talked about what the win would mean to you earlier. What does it mean to do it in the manner and the fashion in which you did?
Oh yeah, I mean, I couldn't have went any better for me. I mean, getting a qualifying pole, I mean, that was super important. I felt like, getting the pole there, and kind of just waiting on the track to slick off. And I mean, I think we've won here with the DIRTcar before in the big blocks, but I mean, that was the win. A whole lot more competition tonight, so I mean, it's not easy, and it definitely feels great to come out here and uh, win again, and not just for $250 but 4,000 is definitely awesome.
Yeah, speaking of that $1,000, any idea what you're going to do with that money?
It's probably going to go back into my kart racing program. Uh, kart racing isn't the cheapest form of racing, but you usually spend any money you have on iRacing on carts, and so that's probably what it's going to go to.
The sim powers the real life powers the sim, and the circle continues on and on. But Evan C. out of Chesney, South Carolina, is your winner of the DIRTcar Digital Dash. Evan, congratulations on your victory here in the main, and enjoy the money from all of us at DIRTcar.
Yep, thank you.
Evan C. P1 this evening. We now turn our attention to the man who finished runner-up, Dylan Hauser. And Dylan, we asked how tough it was going to be for Evan to mix up his restarts to try and keep you at bay. From your perspective, how difficult was it to try and read his restarts to get the jump, to get alongside him?
It was very tough, especially with these cars, man. They wig out so bad before you take the green or even coming, like, just pacing. So he makes one little move, and you don't know if he went or if he did. So you got a 50-50 shot at timing it. But we drove a great race from fourth to second. We had him pass there at one point, and the yellow came out and saved him. But all in all, he didn't make really a mistake. I had the high side rolling in 3 and 4 there, and looks like a spotter told him to get up before I went around. But other than that, that's all she wrote. And second place with our number tonight, I guess.
No complaints here about this. And how much fun, I think, was it for you to get out there and just go after it, especially with these cars that, don't normally get this sort of platform, this sort of spotlight. But I almost feel like they're really well kept secret within the dirt side of the sim, because, and we saw it tonight, they just put on great shows lap after lap after lap.
Yeah, I don't race these cars much. I'm more of a late model guy, but I love racing them. They're fun. They're probably the most popular car in the sim, so I don't know why. There's not many money races in them, though, so I don't know. I appreciate DIRTcar for putting this together for us to come race and earn some money. They always do a phenomenal job at putting races on, and the ad meeting's always probably one of the best we got. So I appreciate Jordan and all he does. And yeah, we ran second, nothing to hang our head on.
Nothing to hang your head on. Oh, by the way, $750 coming into your account. So not quite the 1,000, but still a sizable chunk. Have any plans for where that 750 is going and what that's going towards?
Yeah, man, I'm trying to start So right now I own a setup shop at iRacing, and I'm trying to start a simulator business. So we're just gonna keep saving, keep bringing it in, and our goal is to have our own simulator built by the end of December and ready to sell to the public. So if you guys would like, go ahead and follow House of Speed iRacing Setups on Facebook. Stay up to date. The simulator builds come along great. We got a lot of great partners coming involved with it. So a lot of cool stuff happening. I can't speak on too much of it, but pretty much by the end of December, I'll be selling race ready rigs right off my website. So if anybody's new that's looking to get into iRacing, I got you covered. And I just got to thank all my amazing sponsors: Gears Unlimited, TLX Homes, House of Speed iRacing. Like I said, if you need iRacing setups, House of Speed's the place. We sell a great lineup of setups. And just everybody, 3D Racing, they've been great to me over the past 2 years, and I look to continue to race for them forever. And just everybody, JC and Hunter and BK and Dalton and Champ and everybody that spot me for the night. 1-3 Designs, Lane Smith for the paint, and just everybody. Like I said, DIRTcar for putting this on. They always run spectacular events. You did a great job broadcasting tonight, and I look forward to running the next one.
Dylan Hauser, definitely home of speed tonight, no question. P2 in the main at the DIRTcar Digital Dash. Dylan, congratulations on your podium finish, and thanks as always for chatting with us.
Not a problem. Thank you guys again.
Dylan Hauser comes from P2. Dylan Wilson, once again, P3. But we are just about wrapped up here from iRacing's virtual dirt track at Charlotte Motor Speedway show. To the entire team at DIRTcar, to all the admins, to Jordan DeLucia and Dean Reynolds for all the work that they did this evening, and for our producer here making everything look and sound wonderful, Chris Owens. I am James Pike. Thank you so much for watching DIRTcar's broadcast and Dirt Vision's broadcast of the DIRTcar Digital Dash from iRacing's virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway. Make sure you log on to dirtvision.tv to watch all your favorite dirt racing action. Log on to dirtcar.com/esports for more information on all of DIRTcar's esports activities. And make sure you log on to iRacing.com for more information on how to start your iRacing career. Once again, use the code PR-Outlaws12 for 50% off a 1-year membership, and a PR-Outlaws3 for 50% off a 3-month membership. You too could join these drivers in events like the DIRTcar Digital Dash in the near future. Congratulations to Evan C., winner of $1,000 at the DIRTcar Digital Dash. Thanks to all of you for watching, and good night.
This has been a presentation of Dirt Vision, a World Racing Group property. To get information about upcoming broadcasts, visit us on social media or at dirtvision.com.